Your Excellency, Senator Olivier Cadic, Honorable Minister Brice Lalonde, Your Excellency, Madame Salina Grenet-Catalano, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Egypt, the Ambassador of the Netherlands, Monseigneur Georges from the Vatican Embassy, Monsieur François Guinaud, President of the GID, Your Excellency, Madame Catherine Bréchignac, Delegated Ambassador for Science, Technology and Innovation, and also Honorary Perpetual Secretary of the Academy of Sciences, Your Excellency, Madame Michèle Gendreau-Massalou, Rector of the Francophone University Agency, Your Excellency, Madame Haifa El-Kilani, President and founder of Arab International Women Forum, Dr. Pierre Génie, Perpetual Secretary of the Academy, Overseas Academy of Sciences, Monsieur Nicolas Grimal, Perpetual Secretary of the Académie des Inscriptions et des Belles-Lettres, President of the Agriculture Academy, Monsieur Jacques Brulé, Professor Issam Charour from Lille University, Monsieur François Gerber, Vice President of the Mediterranean Water Institute, Monsieur Michel Jarraud, who will join us later, for Secretary General Emeritus of the World Meteorological Organization, Monsieur Éric Tardieu, the Secretary General of INBO, and Director General of the International Water Office, who will join us later online. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, I welcome you for the Hydrodiplomacy and the Nexus in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Conference, focusing on regional cooperation, organized in cooperation with the French Embassy in Cyprus under the auspices of the French Presidency of the European Union, of the Council of the European Union, the Cyprus Institute, the GID, the Académie des Sciences d'Outre-mer, and of course the Institut Français de Chypre. I would like to welcome you for this conference and to declare the opening session open. To start the proceedings, I would like to invite to the podium Professor Kostas Papanikolas, the President of the Cyprus Institute. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Excellencies, and apparently the entire room is such an impressive gathering. I will not go through the list again that my colleague Nicholas went through. It's overwhelming to see the presence here of so internationally recognized personalities in the realm of science, diplomacy, politics, and other strata of our societies, to gather here for this very, very important workshop on one of the most pressing and critical issues that our planet is facing, which is not disjoint from the biggest problem that probably humanity ever faced, the climate crisis, which unfortunately, due to a second crisis, it looks, the war in Ukraine, it looks like we're losing, we cannot manage two crises at the same time. It's really difficult times. So our Excellencies, our conference today will identify crucial challenges concerning the water situation in general, but with emphasis in the Eastern Mediterranean, Middle East region, a region of 450 million people starved for water already, with the situation getting worse because of rising temperatures, because of reduced rainfall, and as our models predict, this will get worse. The temperatures in the area will keep rising. We hope to slow the rate, but it will rise, and the reduction, as the models predict, of rainfall, compounded by the increase of hopefully of the standard of living, of tourism, etc. There is nothing short of an evolving crisis. The hydrodiplomacy partnership will be the focus of the discussion. Special emphasis will be given to diplomacy, which is driven and empowered by scientific analysis, data, and modeling, which is essential and is really where the Cyprus Institute comes in as a scientific and technological institution which we aspire to help in a little way through this knowledge, empowering and making approaches more efficient if they are based on sound scientific and technological knowledge. In today's meeting, we hope to emphasize 2 points: the Hydrodiplomacy Partnership Program, the newly created initiative at the Cyprus Institute, thanks to the leadership of and the prime organizer of this very important workshop, Professor Fadi Komer. We are so fortunate to have him join our ranks a year ago. The Hydrodiplomacy Partnership Program targets all the problems and solutions to be implemented in the EMME region, and clearly this workshop today will go through these issues and prioritize them. So it's a first step for a big program. The second is to arrive and propose in a process that starts today, innovative solutions and recommendations for further integrated management of transboundary basins. I'll come to this point a little bit later. In order to optimize the exchanges between the various experts present in this event, and there are so many of them, the Cyprus Institute and the GID will launch on this occasion their collaboration platform, which concerns the implementation of the integrated water resource planning and management at the basin level, the security of water, energy, and food nexus for the future generations, I might add for the present generations as well, as we can see the food crisis already before our doorstep, and the role of agriculture in this nexus. This activity is in line with the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative, which is led by the Cyprus government, with special focus, in this case, on the water issue, and as described in a recently released in 2 governments, actually, not published yet, the Water Task Force report. This report was presented at the second Scientific Climate Change Initiative held in Paphos last October, and is now circulating among the governments of the 18 governments of the Eastern Mediterranean Middle East region, trying to form, as we are in the process of doing this, the action plan for the climate change initiative of the region. This will be is currently under intense development and will be presented at the COP27 Sharm el-Sheikh. The Cyprus Institute is playing a leading role in, again, empowering through studies and proposal of technological solutions these regional climate initiatives. And a second ministerial meeting Some of the excellencies here were present at the meeting, ambassadors from European and regional countries. It was held on the 7th of June in Limassol, and is now in the phase of preparing a heads of state meeting to be held in October. During this ministerial meeting, important decisions were taken concerning the governance of the initiative, but especially, and most importantly, on a structured, phased action plan to address all the challenges that climate crisis is bringing to this most sensitive, characterized as a climate hotspot region of the world. A pathway for its implementation was adopted, and it's an evolving plan. Important actions concerning water, and especially the water energy food nexus, dominate, I would say, together with energy strategy, the plan, especially in the adaptation sector. This is the dominant, if I may say, component. The action plan, as I said, is an evolving plan in which new projects and ideas are being incorporated as we move along, and will continue to be the case for the coming years. I'm sure that brilliant suggestions will, for the enrichment of this action plan, will emerge from today's deliberations, and I'm anxious to have them so we can incorporate them into action, because after all, this is not an academic meeting where we discuss blue sky research. The tremendous importance of it is that we hope to make even a small change in the right direction for addressing this crisis. So, with these words, and expecting to hear the outcomes of this very important meeting, I would like to thank all of you for finding time to join out of your very, very busy and important schedule. It's the clearest indication that this is an important meeting, it's worthy of attention, and we hope that its outcomes will find their way to helping the grand challenge of our times. Thank you very much.
I would like now to invite to the podium Monsieur François Guinaud, the president of the Groupe Interacadémique pour le Développement, the GID, and also honorary president of the Academy of Technologies in France.
Thank you. Je salue avec déférence l'ensemble de cette assemblée dont on a souligné à juste titre l'excellence. Mais je voudrais d'abord, mesdames et messieurs et chers amis, exprimer notre gratitude à monsieur le professeur Kostas Papanikolas, directeur du Cyprus Institute, qui accueille cette rencontre avec le sens de l'hospitalité qui lui est coutumier. Nos remerciements sincères vont aussi aux organisateurs qui, autour de notre ami Fadi Comer, ont composé un ensemble de réflexions sur des sujets très actuels et très importants. Merci pour la musique. The Interacademic Group for Development, GID, has many reasons to be excited to be back at the Cyprus Institute. There is history, because Cyprus Institute and GID have been born the same year, in 2007. And the close links between your institute and our Academy of Sciences have never been weakened. And the names of Guy Horisson, Hubert Curien, Édouard Brézin, or Didier Roux are familiar to all of us. There are also strong convergences between your institute and our group, despite their different purposes. These convergences have been identified, and we will see in the days to come the potential or their amplification. The GID, by bringing together the skills of all the national academies around the Mediterranean and in sub-Saharan Africa, has taken on the mission of analyzing development problems, formulating solutions, and catalyzing action for their implementation. And as you know, implementation is always a key issue. Following forums designed to highlight real problems, listening to the realities expressed by the field, we are now leading action programs. For example, in the area of the delicate relationship between training, jobs, and businesses, in particular in the field of African agriculture and agribusiness, this is the GID Agri program directed by our friend Jacques Brûlé, president of the French Academy of Agriculture. In the field of maternal, neonatal, and child health, it is a GID Health program directed by Yannick Jaffray, whose outstanding results are available on our website. But the GID Heritage program deserves special attention as it is at the heart of our meeting today. Problems related to the knowledge, preservation, and restoration of natural and cultural heritage and their importance in the development of numerous countries have been identified as one of the priorities of GID. And we have created a scientific council for this program, placed under the unanimously desired authority of Professor Nicolas Grimal of the Collège de France and Permanent Secretary of the Académie des Inscriptions et Belles-Lettres. After the memorable World Science Days, remarkably prepared by the Permanent Secretary of the Academy of Sciences, Madame Catherine Bréchignac, for the 350th anniversary of this institution in 2016, we organized at the Institut de France in February 2019 the World Science, Technology and Heritage meetings. There were an opportunity to really discover the extraordinary complementarity of disciplines that are too often compartmentalized and in their contribution in the heritage. In 2018, we had come to the Cyprus Institute and then met with the highest Lebanese authorities and institutions to prepare an awareness operation entitled Science Technology for Heritage in the Eastern Mediterranean. And we held it in October 2019 in Beirut. Unfortunately, as you know, the Lebanese events that followed and the pandemic that was rampant disturbed a little bit the follow-up we intended to give it. Nevertheless, We participate in the French Senate in January 2020 in the fascinating debate organized by Fadi-Comer on hydrodiplomacy and governance of international basin, namely the Mediterranean and the Nile ones. And we are going to meet again with great interest this essential theme on hydrodiplomacy in the Eastern Mediterranean at the Middle East, and the Middle East, having the pleasure to be again with Fadi-Comer and his partners of EEWRC. The parallels between hydro and scientific diplomacies are obvious, and the GID is concerned. Nicolas Grimal, during his lecture, will perhaps say a few words about the progress of our cooperation with the Saint Joseph University of Beirut and with the Lebanese General Directorate of Antiquities. Catherine Bréchignac will perhaps evoke the ongoing training actions with police and customs in the Middle East for the prevention of the looting of heritages. Jacques Brulé will undoubtedly speak about the magnificent forum that we held last October in Bari, Italy, with the SIAM, the International Center for Advanced Mediterranean Agronomic Studies, on the problems linked to the watersheds. And the practical follow-up is actively prepared. I am afraid to find any benefit in the current conflict between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. Nevertheless, I discover one advantage for Cyprus Institute and GID. Our friend Michel Menu from the Centre de Recherche et de Restauration des Musées de France, who is very much involved in a project dear to the GID of technological cooperation in the service of cultural heritage with Russia, is now working in your institute. While waiting for the better days that we would like to hope for, he is working with ardor on the heritage of Byzantine art. This enumeration was only intended to show the numerous links between your institute and the GID, and to emphasize our determination, with your support, dear Professor Papanikolaou, to strengthen them. Je suis convaincu que les interventions et les conférences de Catherine Bréchignac, de Nicolas Grimal, de Jacques Brulé, de Pierre Génie, secrétaire perpétuel de l'Académie des sciences d'outre-mer, sans oublier la vision prospective finement ciselée que nous proposera au final notre vice-présidente, Madame le recteur Michel Gendron-Massalou, je suis convaincu que toutes ces interventions emporteront votre conviction sur la détermination qui est la nôtre d'ouvrir une coopération solide et durable avec l'Institut de Chypre. Grand merci à vous, Monsieur le Professeur. Grand merci à toutes les personnalités qui nous honorent de leur présence, et on me permettra de saluer particulièrement Monsieur le Sénateur Cadic et Madame l'ambassadrice de France. Merci pour leur présence, merci à tous les intervenants et à vous tous, Mesdames et Messieurs, dont la participation assure le succès de cette rencontre.
I would like now to call to the podium His Excellency Monsieur Brice Lalonde, the former Minister of Environment in France.
Well, I would like to thank you also, thank the Cyprus Institute for his, and Fadi Comer for his invitation. We're here to celebrate water, actually. And water in history has always created many jobs. And now we're having a new job, hydrodiplomats. And of course, water is such an important matter. As you know, the amount of water is definite. There's no more water. We're not going to go fetch water on the moon. But there's more and more people on planet Earth. So the amount of water per capita is getting smaller. So of course, hydrodiplomats are getting more and more important, especially in this area of the world where there's already so much stress on water. I'm very happy to see again Fadi Comer. He has been one of these early hydrodiplomats. He has been talking to us with Senator Cadic about his own experiences. He's been working on this funny river which doesn't flow in the right direction, the Orontus, how do you say that in English? L'Oront, and which is a river that many French people do not know about. But of course, he's been also working on the Jordan River, le Jourdain. He's been talking to us about the Tigris and Euphrates, and the problem of Turkey with all the dams which Turkey is building, and the drying up of the Bassora wetlands, which is such a sad thing for all the people living around there. He's been talking to us about the River Nile and the dam which Ethiopia is building and filling up probably too fast. He's talking, and he's going to talk to us in the next year about the Himalaya River. And it's very fascinating because there's already a huge amount of agreements between riparian countries. And some which are working, some are not working. You have this fantastic example of Africa, 4 countries agreeing on sharing the benefits of all works on River Senegal, for instance, which is a fantastic achievement. But we still have a lot of difficulties about underground waters. Underground waters, there's not many agreements about that one. And it's the first one who just jumps on the resources who wins. So where we have a lot of problems, especially that we know now that all these underground resources are drying up very fast because we're pumping too much. So there's a huge task in front of us. I'm a climate diplomat, not an hydro diplomat. But I'm very interested because we're learning from each other. Water, you can see it. You can see the rivers flowing. CO2, you can't see it. Sometimes I say to people, you know what is a ton of CO2, of carbon dioxide? It's like a hot air balloon, okay? See a hot air balloon in front of you, floating in the air? Multiply by 2, multiply by 100, multiply by 700 billion, because we are sending each year 500 billion hot air balloons of CO2 in the air. So try to visualize that and try to understand. Makes the negotiation a bit easier. Both areas of negotiations, of course, agree on one thing, which is such of importance now. It's multilateral agreements. It's the United Nations. So we work under the umbrella, I would say, the framework of the United Nations. And we all believe in multilateral works. You also have some bilateral working on water. We also have, on the climate, some bilateral agreements, because we have to push and go much faster. We came here to this conference with aeroplanes, working on kerosene. We came here with taxes, working on oil, on gas. And we know that in 20 years, there will be no more cars working with oil or petrol. It will be electric cars. Soon, aeroplanes will be working on artificial, how do you say that, synthetic kerosene, etc., etc. So, I mean, all these changes in our daily lives, we're going to see them. We must implement them. We have to do it. Otherwise, we'll be in a mess. I just want to end because I'll say a word. I would prefer in French, perhaps later. It's easier for me. on water. Both of our negotiations are very strongly founded on science. We need science. But of course, when we get into human affairs, reason is not always there. And so we have to accommodate the human déraison, how do you say that in English? The fullness of human affairs, the hubris, the démesure, the volonté de puissance, people who want to be stronger than the others and work down on the weak people, etc. We have to accommodate science with that, and it's very difficult. And in the end, one of our big difficulties, because Professor Costa-Papalou, I think Mr. Nicolas, Papa Nicolas, you talked about it. I think you've talked about integrated water basin management. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. We have to have a look a bit further, because with climate change, things are completely changing. Because you're having meteorological phenomenon, extreme events which coming suddenly. You have to see if it's coming or not coming on your country. So you have to, lots of things are changing. And I think what we do, Cyprus Institute, FADI, all of us, we have to create the new water management doctrine, because the climate change is changing the old way of seeing things. So we have to integrate more and more data to understand and to manage our water locally. So this is probably very exciting, very difficult, and I thank you all for working on it. Blah, blah.
I would now like to call to the podium His Excellency Monsieur Olivier Cadic, the senator representing French citizens abroad, and therefore many of us in this room.
Thank you. Excellencies, Madame l'ambassadrice de France, Madame l'ambassadrice des Pays-Bas, Monsieur l'ambassadeur d'Égypte, Monsieur le nonce apostolique, Mesdames, Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here today with you at the kind invitation of Professor Kostas Papanikolas, President of the Cyprus Institute, thank you, and the Special Envoy for Climate Change of His Excellency President of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Nikos Anastasiadis. The worldwide highly recognized the achievements of Professor Papanikolas since more than 2 decades in the field of renewable energy, research and innovation, and recently the Climate Change Presidential Cypriot Initiative, CCI, coordinated by the Cyprus Institute targeting the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle Eastern region, is giving hope to these countries. The hope for a better tomorrow, for a better understanding of the climate change challenges, such as hydrodiplomacy and the Nexus, and proposing a solution to these countries' political leaders through the multiple policies that were highlighted through the work of the Cyprus Institute Climate Change Task Force. Professor Papanikolas, allow me to make you the first tribute. And my second tribute goes to our ambassador, Salina Grene-Catalano, who played a key role in organizing this high-level event and placed it under the EU French presidency. Thank you again, Madame l'ambassadrice, et pour votre équipe de l'ambassade for taking time in order to organize my 441st trip here as a senator of the French living abroad. Allow me also to thank the organizers of this conference and make again 2 special tributes. Professeur Fadi Comer, avec qui j'ai initié donc la conférence depuis la COP21, cette initiative chaque année. Hydrodiplomacy and climate change at the French Senate, covering the hydrodiplomacy of the transboundary basins, of the region. Ça a été rappelé, le Nil, le Tigre, l'Euphrate, le Jourdain, le bassin de l'Oronte. Et we plan this year, at the end of this year, to organize the 6th Senate Conference edition about the Himalayan Basin. J'espère que ça n'irritera pas trop nos amis chinois. Thank you again, cher Fadi, for organizing this wonderful event. I take this opportunity to invite Professor Papanikolaou to our Senate Climate Change and Hydrodiplomacy event for our next Senate Hydrodiplomacy edition. I take also the opportunity to highlight and to thank a special political French leader who will recognize Minister Brice Lalonde, who initiated the environment movement in France in the 80s. Oui, mais moi, je vous ai connu en 1981. J'étais trop jeune. No, but it's true. It was in the 70s, but in 81, Brice was a candidate to become a French president. He was, you will realize, he was a visionary, and you can appreciate that he's still a visionary. And as I said to Brice this morning, because I recently observed the effect of the global warming, I was in Uganda, and I saw on Lake Victoria the effect, because the water is rising up by 1.5 meter, and then all the fishermen have to move. They lose their houses. They have to move. But I saw also in Lake Nakuru 2 months ago in Kenya. Here, it's not the fishermen who have to move. That's the flamingos. They can't stay because the water is too high now. So these effects, we can see it. We can see it in the air. We can see it with the water. My special tribute goes also to the GID, le Groupe Interacadémique pour le Développement, the network of our 5 major academies in France that contributed to the flourishing of the worldwide French science and technology. The GID contributed also actively in our Senate initiatives, and allow me also to congratulate the prominent personalities members of the GID delegations, my fellow citizen François Guinaud, president of the GID, Her Excellency Ambassadeur Catherine Bréchignac, qui est une mélomane, comme nous l'avons constaté ce matin. Her Excellency Michel Gendreau Massalou, Dr. Pierre Génie, Perpetual Secretary of the Science Academy of Overseas, Nicolas Grimal, and the President of Agriculture Academy, Mr. Jacques Brulé. We particularly appreciate your current efforts for preserving the cultural and natural heritage in the Mediterranean basin countries. This mutual support task between GID and the Cyprus Institute for the Integrated Water Resources Management at basin level, and leveraging the achievement of equitable sharing and reasonable use of transboundary water, and the promotion of regional river basins organization were all riparian countries who would participate for securing the nexus of water, energy, food, and the ecosystem for the future generation in the essence of the hydrodiplomacy pillars. Avec Fadi Comer, his colleagues, and the leadership of Professor Papanikolaou, we will support the Hydrodiplomacy Partnership Program initiative of the Cyprus Institute with the Academy of Science Overseas and Medurable. We will participate in its implementation for transboundary water cooperation negotiation and mediation in order to reinforce capacity building of IWRM with the usage of technological modeling and tools to face extreme events due to climate change, monitoring all the pollution that could affect the water quality of the basins, and applying adaptation policies for good water governance. Our need for water diplomacy in the light of climatic and demographic changes witnessed by the region over the years, water diplomacy issues became an urgent need for sustainable development, particularly considering the increasing water surface and aquifers drought and consumptions. In conclusion, let's always consolidate our efforts to connect together as scientists, policymakers, diplomats, and politicians for implementing the CCI of the region, supporting the work of excellence done by the Cyprus Institute and the Cyprus government for the sake of preserving the living system of our human settlement on the Mediterranean basin. The water crisis in the region is knocking on our doors. Let's act before it's too late. I wish you an excellent conference. Thank you.
I would now like to invite Her Excellency Madame Salina Grenet Catalano, the Ambassador of France in Cyprus.
Mr. President of the Cyprus Institute, dear Professor Papanikolas, Mr. Senator representing French citizens abroad, Monsieur le Sénateur représentant les Français établis hors de France, cher Olivier Cadic, Mr. Professor and Director of Energy, Environment, Water and Research Center of the Cyprus Institute, dear Fadi Omer, que je connais depuis le Liban, notre coopération remonte à la période libanaise. Excellencies, professors, and distinguished guests who have come from France to participate into this important event. I hope that you will forgive me, but I will speak English in order for the attendants and my fellow ambassadors, my fellow colleagues to understand what I want to say. It's not a French Cypriot conference, it's a regional international conference. So I would like to thank you very much for inviting me today to this conference, day on hydrodiplomacy. The last conference, I had the opportunity, the chance to attend on the occasion of World Water Day. As you can see, Fadi likes to have me attending the different events organized by the Cyprus Institute. It was very stimulating, this conference, and I do not doubt that today will be the same. My presence here is also a signal or a symbol of the very strong cooperation that exists between the Cyprus Institute and the French Institute and the French Embassy. So I hope that it will be more and more developed in the coming months and coming years. I'm not a hydrodiplomat. I'm a diplomat, but I'm not a hydrodiplomat. So I will just make a few comments, but very general comments on the issue of your conference today. So I'm thrilled to see that today's topic brought so many professors and experts from various nationalities, including many French. So I'm really ashamed a little bit to talk about this issue because I know that all around the table there are so many specialists. Water is the most precious resource of mankind, humankind. It's the basis of our vital needs. And therefore we must always remember that water is a common good that requires to be shared and to be managed sustainably to ensure its accessibility to future generations. Water scarcity is already an issue. It's an issue that already exists, an issue that will be more and more present in the next decades with climate change and all the challenges that it sets. Every country in the world is directly facing the consequences of climate change. Rise of natural disasters such as drought and floods, but also devastating fires like the one that devastated a lot of land here in Cyprus last summer. Moreover, the main threat to water is human activity that increases the pressure on an already rare supply, Overexploitation, mismanagement, waste, and pollution are reducing the supply of fresh water. Here, I would like to highlight that French companies can also do a little bit of economic diplomacy, to highlight that French companies are pioneers in the field of water treatment and water management. And I'm also glad to announce that our companies here are very much present in Cyprus with new partnerships cementing their activity on the island. Indeed, the French water management firm, SOR, has managed to renew its contract recently regarding the exploitation of the water treatment plants in Nicosia. And recently, SOR has also been chosen as the new operator for the water treatment plant in Paphos. So these partnerships call attention to the trust that exists that both Nicosia and Paphos municipalities put in SOR, but also emphasize the French expertise in management of water supplies. Water supply and the ramifications of its uses make controlling access to water and fresh water a crucial topic for governments. It's also a target in armed conflicts, as the destruction of Ukrainian dams by repeated Russian military bombardments sadly illustrated. Shortage of water and decrease of fresh water sources can make us fear an escalation of violence in the near future. Though the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East region, of course, is particularly concerned by the risk of water stress, and Fadi is one of the most well-known specialists on this issue, so I hope that thanks to your action and to your initiatives, Fadi, you will be able to strengthen the cooperation at the regional level. Regular water shortages, which will increase in the coming years, are likely to deepen the security threat, since the major water basins are transboundary. That's why hydrodiplomacy is key to address the issue at an international level and to find solutions that are favorable to all sides. The report of the Task Force on Water Resources, published by the Cyprus Institute, strikingly sums up the challenges the area faces. But more than that, this report states multiple policies and approaches for the management of water resources. A particular focus is put on regional cooperation as a way to ensure access to water resources, but also to promote peace. So hydrodiplomacy is a needed tool for promoting cooperation and sustainable water resources management. Of course, international conventions are a keystone to building an efficient hydrodiplomacy, but it's not enough. We need more than all this international corpus and basis. And at the level of the European Union, we are working hard in order to achieve our goals in matters of protection of environment or climate change, fight against climate change. And during the French presidency of the European Union, we have tried to advance on the drafting of a legislative package, which is called the Fit for 55. We have not adopted all the text because it takes time, but we hope that the next presidencies, the Czech Republic presidency, for instance, will continue this work with all our partners at the level of the European Union. France also created in 1993 the Académie de l'eau, whose aim is to be a structure of information exchanges to better water management in France and in the world. And in addition to traditional tools, we have now the water, energy, food ecosystem Nexus, and it's another means to make sure that the solutions that are found are indeed viable and sustainable. To conclude, I would like to say a word about the future generations. Youth was made a priority for the French presidency of the Council of the European Union, and it appears to me that it's essential that we listen to young people who will make Europe and the world of tomorrow. I was very much positively surprised because we organized in January what we call the Night of Ideas at the Parliament, at the Cypriot Parliament, with distinguished guests, experts coming from Cyprus or France, with young people. And they have a lot of ideas, a lot of innovative solutions. So I would like to encourage you also to open your works and your thinking and your discussions also to the new generation, because I think they may be the best hydrodiplomats of the future. Thank you for your attention. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention et je vous souhaite bonne conférence et je recevrai nos invités français. I've never managed to attract so many French people in a while, but Fadi is able to do that. But I would be very pleased to welcome all of you at the residence this afternoon. Thank you.
Oui, je remets à Madame l'ambassadrice cet ouvrage qui marque le centenaire de l'Académie des sciences, l'Académie d'outre-mer, des sciences d'outre-mer, et qui a un chapitre très particulier, co-signé par Fadi Comer et le secrétaire général à l'époque de l'Académie de l'eau, et qui fait le point complet sur l'état actuellement de la connaissance sur l'eau et ouvre sur le Nexus tel que Fadi Comer l'a mis en œuvre. Voilà. Et à monsieur le Papa Nicolas, je remets la même chose, le même ouvrage, parce que là aussi, il y a un paragraphe total qui traite des problèmes que nous allons étudier aujourd'hui. Voilà, simplement.
Merci beaucoup.
Voilà.
Merci beaucoup.
Voilà. Je suis désolé, il est en français, mais enfin, je sais que vous saurez ce... mais vraiment, il fait le point. Et donc, je pense que ça met vraiment les pourcentages en vue. Moi, tout à l'heure, je dirais quelques mots sur ce que doit être notre vision future. Car il y a ce qu'on peut faire maintenant et ce qu'on pourra faire demain. Voilà. Merci.
On va prendre une photo tous les quatre, si ça vous dérange pas. Voilà, avec le professeur Coppen.
C'est celle-là? Oui. Oui. So I will now call Madame Catherine Bréchignac, the Delegated Ambassador for Science, Technology and Innovation, to deliver her keynote lecture. Thank you very much.
Merci. Bonjour à tous. Je ne vais pas reprendre tous les noms. Monsieur le sénateur, quand même, Madame l'ambassadrice, et cher Costas. Et mes chers amis, les perpétuels des académies. So now I will speak in Globish, not in English, for everybody. And because you had a lot of talks, I decided to present a presentation with lots of pictures. So the idea is to say that Cyprus is it's also a place where we can discuss about hydrodiplomacy, but also, which is very important, natural and cultural heritage. And this is a point which is very important to know, is that we can learn from this cultural heritage and natural heritage too, and think how to preserve it and what can we when can this heritage can teach us? So first of all, of course, this idea came from the two institutions, the Cyprus Institute, which is very close to my heart because it was created with the help of Science Academy, French Science Academy. And there are 4 centers in this institute, the one on the energy environment, the other of science and technology for archaeology, the third on calculation, and the fourth on climate change and research atmosphere. And the GID, which has been, as our president said, created in 2007, and which is an international association of academies, which is the only one having one tool. It's not a regional academy, it's not a national academy, it's gathered academies working together for proposal and catalysis for actions. And we are 3, as the president said, one concerning the cultural heritage, one the other on the agriculture and water, and the third on earth. And because of that, we decide to have this meeting, which is at the junction of what we are doing independently and now together. So Cyprus with cultural and natural heritage. Cyprus is like a stonefish in the Mediterranean Sea, and it's a very interesting place. And in my sense, like in a world which is really in front of facing the war in one point, the climate change also, is a place with a kind of peaceness for the moment. The people live there since long, and there are lots of since 10,000 years. The one of the point which has been studied is the pre-pottery Neolithic. And you see here on this picture what has been discovered a long time ago, but now we know what it is. It's because these people, these inhabitants at that time, were farmers and hunters. And farmer because of agriculture. And it was one of the first agriculture people living there. And you see here a construction which is a kind of building, and we know now just the foundation of this building, which is now, and this building which is a circular one with a diameter of 10 meters. And around that are also the population living there. For crops, it's what has been discovered for that. And so there are also now the new, more recently, the heritage of the frescoes in the Byzantine church. And these 2 pictures have been given to me by Michel Menu. You see here in this picture, how do they work on the frescoes, and the instrument is coming from the mission of the Fondation des Sciences et du Patrimoine, and to see by tomography how you can visualize the painting from the recent part and the one which has been behind this one. And this is what is a mission which has been done 1 month ago. And this afternoon, as you know, Nicolas Grimal will present the challenges of safeguarding culture and heritage in the East Mediterranean and Middle East Mediterranean regions, which are in this map the hotspot of climate change. And this is one point which is very important. There are not only in Cyprus the cultural heritage, but also the natural heritage. And the natural heritage is olive trees. Olive trees are there since long, because if you can read Strabo, Strabo said that they are good. They call this good oil, and this is more than 2,000 years. Tu dis non? Ah non, celle-là c'est pas des olives. Mais tout à l'heure c'était des olives. Pardon. Je suis d'accord. Mais tout à l'heure c'était des olives. Et donc Strabo said that there are two. Tu m'as troublé avec ça. C'est pas grave. It's a very good olive oils. And the climate change now threatened these trees. And what we have to do is to try to have water, because we need water to keep on going to have these trees. So water and trees are very important for the climate change. And in Cyprus, most of the 35 rivers in Cyprus are small and not permanent. They are there from, the water is coming from snow melt, from the mountain, but they are just running from the end of April, and after that it's dry. There are many water in the world, of course, because all the water is in the ocean, but the problem is unsalt water, and this is one of the very important points from the hydrodiplomacy, how to share the water together. And maybe also in Cyprus it is something important, because you have two parts, and the water is coming from the part, this one, from the mountain, and not in the other part. So you have job in your home, I can say. But the trees, it's good because they need also CO2. And if you look what's going on, the CO2 as a function of time is going by this way. Before our period, I should say 1900 century, the percentage of CO2 in the atmosphere is coming, we know it by coming from the drilling and of the ice coming from the cap on the earth, the ice cap of the earth. And as a function of time, if you cut slides, for example, you can have the percentage of CO2 which has been trapped in the ice. This is done until 1900 century. After that, we can measure the CO2 because we have now some instrument to measure the CO2, so the points are not this continuous point, but they are in a curve. And after this, you have the projection. Projection of CO2 in the atmosphere. And what is interesting, if you compare this evolution at the evolution of the demography, you see that the curves are exactly the same, and the projections are also the same. So that means that you can have a decrease of the population and a decrease of CO2, and increase a little bit, and so on. So what is really important now is not it's to know which balance we are going. So after the explosion of demography, we have to think about towards what balance we trend. After that, how to live in this new balance. And this we have to project what we will do in this new balance. Third point is that not all points of the planet are equivalent, and how to distribute the world population. And this we have to do that together. Of course, industry are very important and will necessarily exercise an influence in the future. We will have, so to gather, to avoid gadget society. I mean, to have lots of things which are not useful for anybody, and how to feed the population correctly. And this, I think, there is an interesting point which has been done by our friend Jacques Brulé, which is I eat, so I am. And this is that, je mange, donc je suis. And I recommend, if you are traveling in France, this exhibition, which is a traveling exhibition all around France, to try to explain how to eat well, and not too much as yesterday. So, in short, I think it's to repress the obscurantism, because now you can see sur les réseaux sociaux, there are lots of fake news and lots of things which are not interesting to learn, but many people are thinking with their heart and not with their brain, and so are going maybe sometime in a wrong direction. So I think that in this meeting, I think that we have to discuss not to be completely naive and see that everything is perfect, but not also to be very pessimistic and say that we are going at the end of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that inspiring talk. We're now going to take a short 15-minute coffee break, and we will reconvene here at 10:35, let's say. I would encourage any of the speakers in the next session to give me your PowerPoints if you need to show anything at the next session. The coffee is just outside. Thank you very much. I welcome you to the first session, Hydrodiplomacy and Nexus Security in the EMME region. This session will be chaired by Monsieur Olivier Cadic, and therefore I will hand over to His Excellency Senator Cadic to manage this session. Thank you very much.
C'est à moi donc qu'il revient l'honneur de proposer à Pierre Génie de bien vouloir venir parler donc, et faire la première expression. Merci. The first speaker is Pierre Génie. Member of GID, Permanent Secretary of the Overseas Academy of Sciences.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais un peu changer. Je vais m'excuser d'abord auprès de l'Assemblée, car mon texte est en français. Et j'espère que vous en comprendrez le fond. On m'a demandé de m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui au titre de spécialiste des ressources en eau et de vous rappeler les choix actuels de l'Académie des sciences d'outre-mer qui fête aujourd'hui son centenaire et dont je suis le secrétaire perpétuel. Je ne pense pas nécessaire, ceci étant, de vous infliger une redite inutile sur les instruments techniques dont nous disposons à l'heure présente pour suivre l'évolution quantitative et qualitative des ressources en eau, des dispositifs de recharge éventuels, des aquifères, etc. Ce que je vois à l'heure actuelle, c'est qu'il est important de donner pour acquis les conditions qui sont celles de notre environnement dans 10, 15 ans, sinon plus. Bien sûr, nous devons actuellement user de notre art pour limiter à l'échelle locale les dégradations du milieu aquatique, mais il convient, me semble-t-il, plus important de nous préparer aux défis de demain, selon le titre même de l'ouvrage que je viens d'apporter ici et de remettre au président et à l'ambassadrice, et qui est notre message scientifique, penser le monde de demain. Le demain en Méditerranée, notamment, c'est le renforcement accéléré de la présence humaine sur le littoral. Dès maintenant, il convient d'estimer les faits en termes d'urbanisation, contrôlée ou sauvage, et donc de changement de la nature et de la vocation des bassins versants et leurs défis hydrologiques, tant en ressources superficielles qu'en ressources souterraines. Sans oublier ce qui vous tient à cœur, à savoir les sources qui existent en milieu marin. Le travail à accomplir compte tenu des perspectives démographiques et des effets distinctifs pour l'environnement qui auront pu marquer tel ou tel territoire. L'inventaire de ces zones prévisionnelles d'accueil des populations migrantes ou non devrait s'accompagner dès maintenant d'une évaluation de la capacité d'accueil et des répercussions qui sont certaines sur les ressources en eau. Si cette dernière est notoirement insuffisante, il convient, faute d'une décision autoritaire, de limiter son développement et donc son évolution, d'envisager d'autres ressources, soit à l'aide d'un transfert de ces ressources, justement, soit de faire appel à une autre ressource locale, comme la désalinisation de l'eau de mer. Je pense que l'inventaire de ces zones d'accueil privilégiées doit figurer au cœur de nos travaux, grâce à des sortes de fiches signalétiques soumises aux responsables locaux et nécessitant parfois la constitution de plusieurs États lorsque l'aval et l'amont de la ressource sont transfrontaliers. Il s'agirait donc d'outils de planification officialisés par les autorités politiques et qui deviennent naturellement un devoir scientifique s'inscrivant dans la démarche hydrodiplomatique. La démarche de l'hydrodiplomatie à l'échelle réduite d'un bassin versant local trouve là sa pleine justification puisque l'accord des différents partenaires est le tout premier pas indispensable, et ce même au sein d'un ensemble appartenant à un même État, mais où les intérêts immédiats peuvent être divergents. Une fois les données scientifiques sur l'eau, indiscutables, y compris dans leur évolution, sont établies scientifiquement, le processus global peut être étudié. La donnée également scientifique sur les sols, la démographie, etc., servant aussi de base, car les conditions de production alimentaire et de consommation sont fondamentales pour la conduite de l'hydrodiplomatie, de même bien sûr que l'énergie, notamment lorsque ces besoins en énergie sont liés à la fourniture de l'eau. On pourrait imaginer ici même établir un protocole de paix en charge de ces zones évolutives qui sont bien connues. En un premier temps, l'établissement de l'état des lieux scientifiquement dressé sera indispensable avant toute projection vers un avenir toujours incertain. Les données scientifiques sont à la base de tout. Sans science, on n'avancera pas. Il s'agit là donc d'une démarche régionale regroupant tout un ensemble, par exemple le pourtour méditerranéen dans son entièreté. Le collationnement des données scientifiques de base sur l'état hanté des secteurs choisis amènera sans doute à établir aussi la faiblesse des connaissances sur chaque secteur et à envisager d'y répondre au travers d'une mise en place par les responsables locaux d'un suivi à chaque fois numérisé et comparable selon les secteurs plus léger. Alors, ce dispositif est évidemment plus léger qu'une agence spécifique. Ce dispositif doit permettre d'anticiper l'évolution des secteurs et d'y appliquer les éléments de législation adéquats. On peut évidemment refuser le terme de programmation ou celui de planification, puisque le but suivi est celui de la poursuite d'événements qui naturellement se produisent sous l'effet des modifications des éléments de base. Réciproquement, et par retour, les éléments physiques que l'on a accumulés au fil des ans, au fond d'une réserve et d'une armoire, jamais consultées, en revêtiront un emploi fondamental dans une politique de développement régional ou continental, attendue par tous et indispensable pour faire face aux conséquences secondes des variations climatiques que nous subissons. Donc, l'hydrodiplomatie, ça s'avère comme la réponse fondamentale qu'il faut mettre en place, mais basée sur des connaissances scientifiques actualisées et révisées. Voilà mon petit message que je voulais vous faire, parce que je pense que c'est important. Il faut voir comment seront les choses dans 20-25 ans et aller au-delà de nos actions actuelles. Merci.
Thank you, Pierre. Now our next speaker is the famous Fadi Comer.
Thank you. Before I start my presentation in English, I would like to say a word in French. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier la présence du sénateur Olivier Cadic et pour avoir aussi consacré 3 jours à Chypre. Je voudrais remercier la présence aussi de Monsieur le ministre Brice Lalonde. On a commencé à travailler ensemble il y a plus de 10 ans sur l'hydrodiplomatie et le changement climatique en France, au Liban, un peu partout. Et remercier la présence du GID en la personne de son président, Monsieur François Guinaud, ainsi que toutes les personnalités, les éminentes personnalités qui sont présentes et qui représentent le GID, avec qui on a commencé à travailler aussi il y a quelques années en France et au Liban sur la préservation de l'héritage naturel et culturel de la région du Moyen-Orient. Permettez-moi aussi de saluer la présence de son Excellence Madame Elke Merckx, ainsi que Monsieur l'ambassadeur du Vatican, Monseigneur Georges Papanandil, tous nos collègues qui sont là, Madame Haifa Kilani, la fondatrice aussi de l'Association des femmes arabes, le représentant de l'IME et tous nos collègues qui sont là de la CYI. Avant de me lancer dans mon diapo, je voudrais dire un mot à Monsieur le Président Kostas Papanikolas. Sans son soutien, on n'aurait pas pu lancer toutes ces initiatives à la CYI. Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour votre soutien. Merci, Adriana. Aussi, j'ai oublié de mentionner notre président, le président de la SMLH de Chypre, M. Pierre Godec, qui nous fait l'honneur aussi de sa présence ici. Et puis, nos partenaires, EMME, Mme Cléopatra Kitty, ainsi que tous les amis et les collègues, le professeur Chahrour de Lille et tous les collègues qui sont là. Merci. Comment je vais faire maintenant? Voilà, très bien. So thank you so much for your presence. My talk today will be on the new initiative that we have launched at the Cyprus Institute. This initiative concerns the Hydrodiplomacy Partnership Program. So since we are talking about cultural and natural heritage, I think that from the dawn of time, men were convinced that water resources is the origin of life. And these resources has been divinized by man, and it was also sacred by all the human beings in the planet Earth. Whether it is seas or river, these water masses have given the origin of civilization. But unfortunately, it turned sometime to be an instrument of domination, an instrument of unilateral management, but hopefully we are thinking to transform water to be always an instrument of peace and cooperation, and this is our objective at CYI. Let me remind you that 40% of the world's population feeds water in 214 transboundary basins and share lakes and also aquifer. His Excellency Minister Brice Lalonde talked about letting the invisible be visible, letting the invisible be visible, which is aquifer and groundwater. It's a very important subject that we will tackle in our future also conferences, but the civilization at the EMME region flourished on the river foreshore in the 3rd millennium before Christ, on the Nile, on the Tigris and Euphrates, on the Jordan River basin, and also on the Orientas. But unfortunately, this very important cultural heritage, if we don't lay the ground for a cooperation process, it will turn to a catastrophe or to an agony, as the case of the Dead Sea. Unilateral management, the Harmon Doctrine, we will come back to that after. Mismanagement of agriculture, of irrigation. Madam Haifa Kilani will talk about a very important project in Jordan now, funded by the World Bank. All this could render our natural and cultural heritage in a real catastrophe. This we want to avoid. And let's see now the Dead Sea, how it was in 2011, the first picture, and how it turned out to be now. Unfortunately, it's now 2C. I went last December to the Dead Sea, and I have seen the catastrophe with the appearance of the sinkholes, with the diversion of water for intensive agriculture, and unfortunately, as the RLC, we do not want to place the Dead Sea as a lost heritage in the planet Earth. So all of these parameters renders that the water in the EMME region is an international issue because of the geography of the region. 60% of the water of the region is transboundary. 75% of the volume of this water comes from outside the region. These are the major problems that we are facing, but unfortunately, we are also facing a human mismanagement of water, which is poor governance of the water resources. And here's some example. We have untreated wastewater, whereas we can use the treated wastewater for irrigation. We can use the seawater spring that Manfred Lange, our emeritus professor, will talk about for irrigation also. We can, unfortunately, actually, we are drilling deep wells to bring the water from the Dize aquifer to Amman, 300 kilometers. Can you imagine digging wells up to 2,500 meters under the soil and then pumped it for 300 kilometers? All this make that we are really wasting a lot of energy, and we are wasting a lot of energy for desalination because the Gulf country production, 30% of their energy production goes to desalination. So this is really poor governance and mismanagement of water that we all want to avoid. If you look to the graph of the World Bank, it was published a few months ago, we see that all the EMME countries are really under water scarcity. 14 EMME countries are expected a very bad experience now, which is extreme water scarcity. There is only 4 countries from the EMME region which shows some water scarcity, but it will end up with a lot of water scarcity. If we look to our climate initiative, water task force, we have published a report on that. Out of 13 climate change initiatives that the Cyprus Institute has launched, gathered, as Professor Papanikolaou said in his opening speech, 240 scientists from the region. We have published the report and for water, and in that report, there is a very important figure, which shows that mainly the EMME region is under red color. Red color, that means that less than 500 cubic meter per year per capita. It's really a very scarce situation. And if I can give the example of Cyprus, Cyprus in the orange color is between 500 and 1,000 cubic meter per capita per year, but we are mobilizing a lot in Cyprus of desalination plant so that we can cope with the demand management. Jordan lives in absolute water scarcity with Palestine. So this problem is really concern the whole population of the EMME region, and this is why Cyprus, with the leadership of Professor Papanikolaou, launched the Climate Change Initiative, and the process started 2 years ago. Last week we had the ministerial conference, and this year in October, we will have the head of state conference. So the climate change initiative has been also presented to the Vatican last month. Professor Papanikolaou and myself, we had the honor to meet His Holiness Pope Francis at the Vatican for half an hour to discuss the climate change initiative, and it was agreed that the EMME Climate Change Initiative addresses the urgent need for action to mitigate climate change and to ameliorate its impact in the region. And it was also agreed that Pope Francis accepted the invitation by the President of the Republic, and Vatican has become an observer state of the EMME Climate Change Initiative. This is really a work of excellence because we will be working closely within the scope of Laudato Si, the encyclic of Pope Francis, which calls for the preservation of the planet Earth. This morning we have talked a lot about hydrodiplomacy, but unfortunately the major river in the world out of the 214 basins are under this column, under the unilateral management. So our task at the Cyprus Institute, when we have started launching the initiative, which started, of course, at the French Senate. We started at the Académie des Sciences d'Outre-mer. Our task is to shift this column under that column, under hydrodiplomacy. So we have some win-win situation, win-win case in Europe as the Danube River, the Drin River, in India, the Indus River, the Senegal River, which was mentioned by Minister Brice Lalonde, the Orientas River also, and unfortunately in the EMME region, we have only unilateralism and mismanagement of transboundary water. Let me show you the first case of a win-win EU water deal is the Danube River. 11 countries, plus the European Union, has signed the agreement in Sofia in 1994 in order to maintain the good management of the Danube River using sustainable and equitable sharing of water. This is what we want to apply on the Nile River. This is what we hope to apply on the Jordan River Basin, on the Tigris and Euphrates. Why don't we follow these examples of cooperation? Another example of cooperation is the Orientas River. UNESCO in 2015 called us to write a book about the Orientas River because it was a success story that started with a big conflict between Lebanon and Syria since 1947. And it ended up in 2002, after 60 years of negotiation, to a win-win situation. Why? Because we have relied on the structure, on the laws of the United Nations that are in our hand and we can use for the other basin if the political will be ready to do. And these laws are the UN Convention 1997 and also the UNICE Convention that we can use too. The Harmon Doctrine. The Harmon Doctrine talks about unilateral management. Unfortunately, the Harmon Doctrine talks about absolute sovereignty on transboundary water. Those countries who practice absolute sovereignty on transboundary water use water retention or water diversion in regions which are characterized by political fragility and water fragility, water scarcity, unfortunately. Those countries deteriorate the water quality by upstream sending all the contaminants to the downstream countries. Because of the political and military domination, unfortunately, we have the bulk of the transboundary water on the planet Earth under military and under the Harmon Doctrine. Because those countries refuse to apply the legal framework that we have in our hand, such as the 1997 and 1992. Let's talk about the Nile River. It is an actual Harmon Doctrine management because of the GERD Dam. The GERD Dam was constructed in order to generate 7,000 megawatt of electricity. And in order, as engineers, we know that the penstocks, or with the volume of the pressure of water, we can generate this quantity of electricity with 14 to 17 billion cubic meter of water. So why Ethiopia is constructing a dam to fill it with 70 billion cubic meter of water, which is mainly 80% of the discharge volume of the Nile River. This represents a potential problem between Ethiopia and the downstream countries, not only for water, but also for the nexus of water, energy, and food. Because Egypt, without the Nile, will be a complete dry country. The economy of Egypt will be completely destroyed, and also Ethiopia will not be that country that will develop water within the good governance in order to relieve the country of downstreams in the Blue Nile. This is why the hydrodiplomacy initiative that we have launched this year contain 3 major processes. The first process is the technical process, the second is the institutional and diplomatic process, and the third one is the political process. And this program will be taught here at CYI for 3 weeks. Each process will be for 1 week. The technical process, we will use the technology in order to cope with the climate change, and then we develop the water information database and system, and then we share the scientific data among the riparian countries and among the scientists. And then we pass for the other week to the institutional and diplomatic process, engaging the support of the international institution and leading countries in order to introduce either mediation or negotiation, and how we can do capacity building on mediation and negotiation, how we can implement the UN Convention, and how we can convince the decision makers to start working under the creation of regional basin authorities so that everybody could sit around the table and discuss the future of those basins. And then we pass to the agreement within the political process, how we are going to develop sustainable engineering plan for the future based on mutual agreement and convention, and how we are going to promote the culture of peace. It's very difficult to promote the culture of peace, but with using the science, the technical process, it will be really very, very, very easy to do it. So our initiative objectives is to establish at CYI a neutral international platform for capacity building in hydrodiplomacy. Our objective is to mobilize technical, institutional, and diplomatic expertise to conduct the capacity building and training to build the future water leaders, the future water diplomat, the educators, the policymakers, to become water resource diplomats after 3 weeks of training and of capacity building, and to achieve water equity on transboundary basin, to promote peace among riparian countries, to achieve the nexus balance between water, energy, and food. The hydrodiplomacy initiative prospects at CYI, it's going to be implemented with the support of Professor Papanikolas and the scientific community. How? First of all, the Articles 5 and 6 of the UN Convention. Until now, nobody tackled this article to model scientifically this article so that we can propose engineering tools for the riparian country to use them. What is Article 5 and 6? Factor relevant to the equitable and reasonable use of water. We hear all the time, we need to use equitable sharing and reasonable use of water. But how we are going to do it? So we need scientific tools. And this is why we will implement at CYI, starting 2023, for the Nile Basin and for the Jordan River Basin, a postdoc research program for 3 years, so that we will be able to deliver to the EMME region community engineering technological tool based on scientific facts. Number two, the second pillars of our initiative is to work on Article 20, 21, and 23 of the UN Convention to protect and to preserve the ecosystem, the natural heritage, to prevent the reduction and to control the pollution. How are we going to do it? Is by launching also at CYI in 2023 a PhD thesis between Israel and Palestine, focusing on the problem of wastewater, which is polluting the Mediterranean basin, polluting the aquifer of Gaza Strip, polluting everything in those two countries. And this is the first time that those two countries will rely on technological tool and data, sharing of data. It is the basis of everything. And this is why we are going to implement the task of hydrodiplomacy partnership program. So who are our partners? The first partner is the French Senate, thanks to Senator Olivier Cadic for his support since 2015, when we have launched the COP21. We were in France, and we had one only session for water headed by Minister of Environment of France. And then we moved after Madame Ségolène Royal, we moved after to the French Senate, and we launched directly our initiative targeting the Orientas River, 2015, 2016, Jordan River, the Nile River, Tigris, and Euphrates, the governance of water, which is essential item, and then in 2022, the Himalayan Basin. And thank you for also inviting Professor Papanikolas in October, and the GID, of course, to this event. Our second also partner is our academy, l'Académie des Sciences d'Outre-mer. It was, in fact, directly involved with that. L'Académie de l'eau aussi, under the presidency of Minister Brice Lalonde. And now we have EMME. EMME represented here by Ms. Cleopatra Kitty. And EMME is the think tank of Greece, joined also our initiative. And we hope also that GID will join also our initiative. So these are our main partners, and I want to thank you for helping us, for really giving us the chance to make from this initiative a success story in order to implement peace in the EMME region. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Fadi, for this wonderful presentation, and also for the way you embrace the hydrodiplomacy. You were at the origin of this concept, and I really appreciate to have the opportunity to work with you on this subject. Thank you. The next speaker is Professor Adriana Brookman. She's head of water department at the Cyprus Institute.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, 200 kilometers east of us, in Syria, this is how the people get their household water resources. Women, children, donkeys, wheelbarrows. This is their access to safe and clean water. Here we open the tap, we have water 24 hours a day. This is not the case for everybody. So this is Sustainable Development Goal 6.1. And it's very, very important that we keep on working on water resources, as was done in the Water Task Force report under the EMME Climate Change Initiative. And here we'll show you some background and proposed actions and policies. The Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region is a region of very strong climate gradients. We see, of course, a large area. It's hot and arid. It's a desert climate. But then we get a bound of a hot semi-arid climate, where we still can have agriculture. And in a larger part, in the northern part of the region, we see a Mediterranean climate, but a hot Mediterranean climate with very, very dry summers. What I'm showing here is the Coppen Geiger climate classification map, and we can also see this map for future projections, which I will not show here at this presentation. But I will show you how it looks like on the ground. A desert climate where we can have no permanent vegetation cover. If we have rain, it will sprout. We have seed banks. It's a natural system. We can have some shrubs, but there's no continuous vegetation cover. Then we have the hot semi-arid system, mainly used for the majority of the region, for rain-fed agriculture, marginal rain-fed agriculture. Majority of the years, we harvest very little, but the main crop here is barley. Then we move to the Mediterranean climate. Olaf, as also one of our speakers told us this morning, in this climate, olives can survive. They're drought tolerant, also without irrigation water. But if we do irrigate them, of course, they give us a better yield. But we have to be very, very careful with our climate, our water resources, coming from the mountain regions, providing water to the plains, recharging our aquifers, providing some water from irrigation. Water becoming less, irrigation water becoming less, we need to become more efficient. And showing you once more, here in Nicosia, in Atalassa, we are at this semi-arid, hot climate region, this small band which is shifting. Climate change is moving these regions. So we are on the edge of becoming a hot and arid desert. So what vegetation can we have here? And what is the effect of this changing vegetation? What is the feedback also to the climate? So here, with the colleagues from the water group at the Cyprus Institute, we're looking in Atalassa Park, very 10 minutes from here, at the difference between rain-fed agriculture, barley, where the Department of Agriculture from the ministry is doing seed production. We're using a state-of-the-art eddy covariance system to quantify carbon and water fluxes. How much carbon is sequestered in this land by the crop and also in the soil? How much water is used? Right next to this barley field, and this picture is from April, less than 2 months ago, we see a natural system. The forestry department of the same ministry has revegetated this cropland. Drought tolerant, native crop shrubs and trees, cypress trees, Pinus glutea trees, Pistachia lenticus, and we get annual vegetation. Right now the annual vegetation is all yellow, brown, gone, but the shrubs and trees remain green. So we have some kind of permanent cover. So we want to understand, what is the effect of these land uses on the carbon and water cycle. Okay, back to the Water Resources Task Force report. We as hydrologists understand the importance of networks. Networks to supply the water to your house, to activities, to agriculture, industrial activities, but also the importance of social networks, of scientific networks. So here, under the leadership of Professor Fadi Comer, we had an interdisciplinary team of scientists from 14 Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East countries, environmental scientists, economists, social scientists. Our colleague in the back there is an economist supporting also this work, looking at the background of the water issues in this region and how we can adapt to climate change for a sustainable future and for water, safe and secure water for the population in this region. The map on the left was also shown to you by Dr. Fadi Comer. It shows the water per capita in the region, definitely water scarcity. This is not just water scarcity for drinking, this is also for the activities, the economic activities in the countries. So in principle, there is sufficient water for all the people for household water use. But if we also supporting the economy of the country, agriculture, industry, the water scarcity limit is at 1,000 meter cube per year. So orange and red are already water scarce. On the other hand, we see the shared water resources. Also very well explained by Professor Fadi Comer. Much of the water in our region is shared. We know the watersheds, right? We know the Tigris from Turkey serving Syria, Iraq, the Jordan River Basin, but we also have to understand that there's a lot of shared groundwater resources, especially in the Arabian Peninsula. So these countries are sharing their underground water resources, which is very, very difficult to quantify. And then here, the climate change. This was the work done in cooperation with our colleagues from the Climate and Atmosphere Research Center. So here, we are combining hydrological statistics with climate change modeling. Hydrological statistics needed for the design of our dams, but also useful if you consider buying a house with a beautiful river view, right? You may have a chance of flooding in the future, right? So this is the map on the left. Here we're looking at the daily extreme, right? And 1 in 50-year period. Top map. In the past, 1950 to 2000, we see that the extremes are around 120 millimeter per day in our region. Right? And then we see the changes, difference between the 50-year past, the first 50 years of the century, and the last 50 years of the centuries. Extremes are extremes, so they may not happen everywhere. But here we're looking at an ensemble of 33 regional climate models. We're looking at the high emission climate change future. And the mean of this, it shows that in the last 50 years of the century, this map over here, many, many areas are darker blue, extremes are changing. And we can also see the variability. And we also can see that still there are also areas where the extremes may be less in the future. But the dominant picture is that extreme rainfall will increase in the future. On the right-hand side, we see the average annual totals. On the top, again, these are the average annual rainfall. Then under those, the changes, and we see how by the end of the century, much of the area will have a reduction in average annual rain of 10 to 30%, which means that we are shifting a climate zone. We're getting a different vegetation. We will have different agricultural activities. Sustainable Development Goal 6.1. Here it is, safe and affordable drinking water. If you are in a blue country, dark blue country, more than 90% of the people are served. If you're in a yellow or orange country, if you're in a yellow country, 50 to 70%, in orange country, less than 50% of the people has access to sustainable water resource or safe and secure water resources. If you're in a gray country, it means no data. How can we do management of shared water resources if we don't know what quantities of water we have, what quantities of water are out there, what people are served? Right? So the hydro part of the hydrodiplomacy is very important. We need to have the data, the knowledge, to understand and manage our water resources. Here's the work of the Water Resources Task Force in a single slide. On the left side, you see our conceptual framework. How can we achieve safe and secure and shared sustainable water resources in this region under a changing climate, which is getting hotter and drier? First of all, we need to understand the systemic aspects of this region. Water scarcity. It's not drought, it is continuous water scarcity. We have very limited resources in this region. Climate change is coming on top of this. And then, as you also see now, many of our water resources are shared. And our hydrodiplomacy is not there yet, so our political relations are not so good, which makes it even more complex. So what are the action areas? We need to adapt, right? We need to consider governance. We need to consider regional cooperation. But also very important is to look for financing and investment opportunities. Right? There are many funds out there, climate funds, green development funds, but those organizations, those funds, they require good governance. They require cooperation. Right? So this is very, very important that we look at all these issues together. Of course, research and technology development, that's also what we are in, and Cyprus Institute doing multiple things on this. Right? Understanding resilience and reconstruction in this region, where we still have a lot of refugees, a lot of internal migration. And then, of course, capacity building, and that's also what Dr. Vadicomer showed, the Cyprus Institute. We have research programs, we have educational programs. We also do a lot of outreach, right, to increase the awareness and the knowledge of people about water resources. What did we do with the task force? We reviewed the national adaptation plans of the countries in the adaptation, countries in the EMME region, right? National energy and climate policies, the determined contributions under the UN framework. Right? Then we identified from the 5 action areas 55 unique measures. So the countries in the region, they recognize the action areas. Water governance, 14 individual actions under this area. Regional cooperation, financing and investment, research, technology, supply, water demand, supply and demand, 7 and 12, resilience and reconstruction, 10 policies, capacity building, 5 policies. So the countries in the region, this is taken from their action plans, right? They understand the issues, right? But implementation is low. So here we identified our policy goals: improve water governance, integrated water resource management, strengthen transboundary water cooperation, achieve water securities, adapt water systems, reduce water demand, and consider the water energy food nexus. Of course, we need to measure to know, we need to observe, we need to monitor so that we then also can model what are the water resources in our region. So this is the work of the colleagues here from the Cyprus Institute. And then as my last slide, back to the shared water resources. This is the Nile Delta, right? And here we're not only talking about the upstream countries. Within the delta, the water is shared, it's irrigated resource, it's drained, and it's used multiple times for a very, very efficient irrigation system. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I appreciate the way you talk about extremes without being an extremist. So how can we manage without data? And I need some data to be a good timekeeper. So please, next, Professor Manfred Lange. Next speaker, right?
Just a second. Yeah. Your Excellencies, honorable guests, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank the organizers of this conference, particularly Fadi, for having me here. I'm going to talk about a subject that probably many of you won't know, but we feel it's of importance, maybe not so much in terms of diplomacy, but in terms of water and water availability. Here's what I'm going to talk about, but to begin or to start, this is really submarine groundwater discharge, as it's called, in the making. This is not in Cyprus, it's in the Western Peloponnese in Greece. What I'm going to talk about is give you a bit of background, introduction, talk about the current situation in the Mediterranean and in Cyprus, talk a little bit about how to detect and quantify. Again, SGD stands for submarine groundwater discharge, and talk a bit about SGD and coastal communities, and provide some conclusions. Now, for background, what is subsea or submarine groundwater discharge? Well, for one thing, it's something that our forefathers knew already. It's something that the old seafarers knew. At some points, they could actually resupply their drinking water by putting out barrels and sort of capture the fresh water that came out of the ground. However, at that time, the underlying processes and mechanisms were poorly known. Until recently, and research has been done on this quite substantially. One of the results is that SGD is really a global phenomenon. It's taking place almost all over the world. However, it's most prominent at low and mid latitudes, but, and that's important, it's spatially highly variable. So it's not uniform at all. So again, how is SGD defined? Just one of the possible definitions is any and all flow of water on continental margins from the seabed to the coastal ocean, regardless of fluid composition or driving force. Sounds pretty abstract, but the picture tries to, again, sort of show you in a schematic way how it works. It's not simple because there's all sorts of interaction between the sea water and the fresh water, but the final outcome is actually that, of course, fresh water is being either seeped or percolated out of the sediments, or it's been really expulsed in the picture that we saw in the beginning as a spring, so to speak. And people have tried to capture the water through extraction wells or through other means for quite some time. Now, the current situation with regard to the Mediterranean, one of the tools used to identify SGD are so-called isotopes, or radon or radium isotopes. In this case, it's radon as an indicator of SGD and nutrients. I'm not going to go into any details on the colors and what they mean, but the thing is, the point is here that the Mediterranean is in fact sort of a hotspot of SGD. And because of the studies that have been done, one is able to estimate the total amount of SGD to the Mediterranean. And again, these are strange numbers, 0.3 by times 10 to the 12th cubic meters per year. It's a lot of water. It's something that we should pay attention to. And it goes up to 4.8 times 10 to the 12 cubic meters per year. The uncertainty comes because there's no direct measurement possible, so it's estimates based on, for instance, in this case, radon isotopes. In summary, though, the freshwater input that is contained in the subsea groundwater discharge amounts to about 1/5 of the total freshwater inflow into the Mediterranean. In other words, 1/5 of every water that flows through rivers, mainly, is actually, or the SGD comprises about 1/5 of the total freshwater or riverine input into the Mediterranean Sea. So it's a non-negligible quantity in terms of freshwater that is being lost to the sea. It's gone. And the point here is, as I mentioned before, the Mediterranean is sort of a hotspot. More than 90% of known submarine springs in the world are located along the Mediterranean coastline. The Mediterranean coastline is very extensive, and that's one of the reasons. One way of looking at this is through studying so-called karstic or porous structures. Karstic structures are particularly prone to SGD, and here is a map, and I've inserted one little arrow here showing that there's apparently one study done on Cyprus, or one indication of such structure in Cyprus. I'm pretty sure this is not the end of the story, but as I'll show in a moment, research in Cyprus is still quite scarce on this issue. The point here is that SGD not only brings water to the Mediterranean Sea, it also brings other stuff, nutrients, chemicals. And in fact, the nutrient input to the sea, which feeds plankton, which feeds fish, which ultimately feeds people, is significant as well. So we have to pay attention to that when we talk about SGD in the Mediterranean. Now coming to Cyprus. This shows you a schematic of the overall water balance. It's a bit dated, but there's not too much changes, I think. The point to take here is that about 20%, or 19% to be precise, from the total of 370 million cubic meters per year of usable water is lost through SDG. So the point, though, is that this is an estimate. We need much more precise and much more comprehensive studies to really quantify or detect and then quantify this water. Now, the geology of the island is, of course, important in terms of identifying potential SGD sites, and there have been, as you can see in the map, 5 different areas that have been sort of singled out as possible SGD sites in Cyprus. The karstic and limestone and sedimentary structures are, as I mentioned before, particularly prone and prominent among these structures and have to be studied. However, as I mentioned before, the 2 maps I showed you a red arrow indicating that there are maybe 2, maybe more. I haven't found more studies on SGD in Cyprus, so it's really ill-defined, as I mentioned earlier. However, let's come to the question, how can we detect and quantify SGD in general? Now, there have been many methods developed over the years to look at so-called seepage, which I mentioned before. It's a sort of percolation process of water through the sediment into the sea, and or direct flow investigations. There are all sorts of oceanographic and geochemical traces that can be employed. Not going into any details. So I mentioned radon and radium isotopes. What's important is salinity anomalies, because obviously the water that flows into the sea has almost 0 salinity, and temperature, because the water that flows into the sea comes from the ground, is colder, and particularly in summer, as the surrounding water. So there's a temperature and salinity signal that we can employ in identifying and detecting and identifying SGD. There are other methods, geoelectrical techniques, water balances and hydrogeological modeling, which is more involved, techniques based on natural artificial traces, other than the ones that I already mentioned, and so-called eddy correlation approaches. I'm going to spare you all the details, but as I say, there's a host of different things that can be employed. Let's come to thermal measurements as a very prominent way of addressing that. And one of the ways of doing this is through remote sensing, particularly satellite remote sensing. This is a map showing 54 SGD springs in the Mediterranean Sea that have been identified based on Landsat 8 thermal imaging. And there's a second mirror I mentioned in Cyprus. So there are quite a few sites that have been identified based on satellite measurements, which have the advantage of being large scale and almost continuous. Now, there are other ways of doing that. And in fact, quite some time ago, we employed actually a technique, an airborne technique, infrared imaging. And we had a student from MIT here, a very talented one, who flew over the Akamas Peninsula, which is let me think, it's the northwest part of the island. And they were able to do imaging on a very fine scale, and they identified, still with a slight question mark, some of the sites that are indeed potential SGD sites. So there is a way of doing that. I'm sure today we could do it much more elegantly with our UAVs, etc., but at that time we were able to at least do a little bit of that. Now, let me come to the issue of what to do with SGD. SGD serves various so-called environmental services. I'm not going to go into much detail, supporting, provisioning, regulating, cultural, and the point of provisioning fresh and potable water, of course, is important in the context of what we talk about here. It might be quite small or relatively small on a global scale. However, for semi-arid countries, like the ones that we talk about here in the EMME region, this might indeed provide a valuable additional source of drinking water to coastal communities. However, we have to be aware that possible pre-cleaning or desalination even might be needed before the water is being consumed. One more look at coastal communities. SGD serves a number of other societal usages. Again, without going into much detail, there's drinking water supply, as we mentioned. There's cultural issues to be taken into account. Agriculture in terms of providing irrigation water, fishing, diving, ship navigation, various things that have been studied quite extensively in the past. But we should be aware that, as I mentioned before, that SGD might also carry other things such as contaminants or unwanted chemicals or nutrients into coastal waters, so we have to be careful in exploiting SGD. To come to the conclusions, just a few sort of take-home points that I want you to note. Again, SGD results from the interactions between coastal aquifers and nearshore seawater, and is driven by various processes, terrestrial hydraulic gradient, waves, tides, etc. SGD is characterized by unique biogeochemical signature and by specific physical chemical properties. I mentioned particularly temperature and salinity and isotopes. SGD is a significant source of fresh water. Again, globally, it's on the low percentage range. In the Mediterranean, as I mentioned before, it's about 20%. There's a host of direct and indirect methods, particularly remote sensing, available for the detection of and quantification of SGD. The potential provision of potable water for coastal communities varies between regions, but I think is important for the MENA or EMME region. The Mediterranean, as I said before, is a top SGD region, so we should really pay attention to that. And one thing, since we're in the Hydrodiplomacy conference, the hydrodiplomacy aspect of that may be minor, because I guess the SGD lies in water that at least belongs to the the exclusive economic zones of countries. However, there may be also transboundary issues involved, depending on the aquifer that we talk about. And the last point, unfortunately, SGD in Cyprus still remains elusive. And with that, I leave you, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Long, for your presentation. I was totally ignorant about subsea groundwater discharge. Presentation of research work is a source of innovation. So now the next speaker is Professor Issan Sarwo, directeur du laboratoire de génie civil et géo-environnement à l'Université de Lille.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Costas and Professor Fadi for this opportunity to participate in this conference and to share with you some of our thoughts and insights in this subject, which is about the smart transboundary water management. This is a part of a collaboration between the University of Lille and the Cyprus Institute to try to develop this concept. At the University of Lille, we have been working on the subject of the smart city for more than 10 years. And we had the support of local authorities, of the industry, national authority, and also the European Commission. We developed a PhD program with now more than 20 PhD, master's degree program, and also we have implemented this technology in the real life. During this work, we learned a lot of things, and we have a lot of stories, and what we wanted to do is to share these stories with the large public because we consider that it's very important to share these stories with the large public. Oh, okay, excuse me. Thus, we have started a program to make some comics about the smart city and the smart water. The idea is to share, as I said, these stories and these findings with the large public. The first one appeared in January, and now it's translated in more than 7 languages. The second one appeared 2 weeks ago, and it was prefaced by Professor Fadi. Thanks, Professor Fadi, and now it's under translation. These books are now in free access in different languages. Then people can connect to this site and download these books in different languages. The idea is that we need public participation in all of these ideas. Now, let's come to our subject about the smart transboundary water management. We can see that we have 2 things. The question of the smart, which comes from the smart city, and the other one which concerns the transboundary water management. First of all, we wanted to analyze about the activity, what's going on these 2 subjects. And we have a very good indicator for this. It's about the number of papers. Then I tried to make this analysis. If you look to this figure, you can see that the number of papers for the smart water is increasing very quickly. And last year, we have more than 2,000 papers only on the smart city and the smart system. And if we look to the second subject about transboundary water, the community is very active also. And you can see that we have also a lot of papers. Last year, we have more than 350 papers. Then we have 2 subjects where the community is really very active. If we look to the number of papers, for the first one, we have about 3,000 papers. For the second one, we have about 12,000 papers. The question that, if we want to combine them, and if I combine them about transboundary water and plus smart, found only 4 papers. What does that mean? It does mean that we have 2 communities who are really very active, but they do not collaborate. And the challenge which we have with Dr. Fadi is to see how we can build bridges between these 2 communities because we believe that this technology, this concept is really a powerful concept. That's what we'll try to present. Then, first of all, I would like to answer 2 questions about what does that mean, the smart city. And you can see that I added solution because we consider that this technology is a solution. The second one, if we want to apply this concept to any subject, we have to understand the challenges. And what are the challenges of the transboundary water system? And after, we will make some recommendation for the concept. First, let's speak about this concept of the smart city. It's inspired really from the human intelligence. You know that our intelligence is related to sensing, cognitive, and actions, and we learn from our experience. And the question that how we can apply this system to our cities, to our complex system. Let's take this system where we have technical component, but we have also social components, not only technical. If we want to apply this concept, first of all, we have to describe this system using digital modeling. Today, we have these tools. The second one, we have to capture as sensing, then we will add our sensing layers, sensing capacity. It's not only sensors, but also the crowdsourcing information from people is really very important. Once we have all of this information, which are huge information, and they are technical, social, today we are lucky that we have the tools to make this analysis with the artificial intelligence, machine learning, and then we can analyze this data and transform this data into operational data. And that's how our system will work. Now, why this technology is today possible? Because we have the technology. Let's look to these tools, GIS, building information modeling, digital twins. We have this capacity to make the digital model of really very complex system. Second thing, which is very important, is about the connectivity. We know that people are really connected with the internet, social media, mobile, but also things are connected. With the Internet of Things, we connect now a huge amount of objects. And today we are shifting to Internet of Everything, means that we can connect everything. Then we live in a world where people are connected, things are connected, and we are really connected. Second thing, this capacity to collect the data from our mobile. Some mobiles, we have more than 19 sensors. They could be used. We have capacity with the satellite, with the drone, with the camera, and also with the social media. Then we have this huge capacity to collect all of these data. And we have also this question of open data, which is developing today very quickly. Let's look to the European level. We have more than 1 million data set. And a lot of these data concerns water. The question that how we can also go to this data and collect this data in the United States, in France also, we have all of these data which are really available. It's only to see how we can go to this data, to take this data and to build them in our information system. And as I said that we have this capacity today to make the analysis using big data, artificial intelligence, and cloud sorting. Then we have this capacity. And you can see that today this technology has very important success. Almost every city, big city, tries to make the transformation for the smart city. And you can see that we have a lot of projects in Europe, in China, in India, in Africa. Then we have a technology which is really spreading very, very quickly. Now the second question, what are the challenges of the transboundary water? Discussed, I tried to take this report, which is a new report from UNICE and from UNESCO. Because they give really the state of the art and make some analysis about the challenges. Here, about the significance, why the subject is very important. But for the challenges, we have 4 challenges. The first one, which was addressed, about the question of the governance. The second thing is about data. And the scientific report, after we have technical and financial. But the first 2 challenges are really the most important. If I take the first one, let's look to this data from the report. Over 153 countries. The question was, how did you include different stakeholders in only reporting, not in the governance? And you can see that the private sector was really not included. If you look to the Water Users Association, 40%. If you look to the local authorities, 13%. It means that the different stakeholders are not really included. And if you look to the National Water Authority, it's only 60%. It's not 100%. Then it means that if we look the question of the governance, we have a really big question that how we can include all the stakeholders, because without including these stakeholders, we cannot make real progress. The second thing is about the data. We know that the data is very important. It should support the management, then we need the information, we have to develop the information strategy, we have to make the monitoring and so on. Then it's a part which is really very important in data. In this report, so that what's about this question of data and data sharing? Because if I have the data and don't I share the data, I have really a big problem. And here you have the barriers. 40% of the barriers are related to the compatibility of data. There is no effort to make the data compatible. In educator resources, the limited resources, then we have a lot of problem also with the data collection and change. In this report, they explored some perspective to accelerate the action to achieve the SDG. And if we look to this one, so that they put the smart solution. Then for the, in this report, so that the smart solution could be interesting, but they didn't give any details about what does that mean and so on. What is the good news that, okay, at the high level, already people speak about this solution, and that's why what we are proposing is really very interesting. Now, what's about the concept? The concept, we want to focus on two things. First of all, the governance, and I put the smart governance. The second thing, it's about the data, and I put the smart data. Any good governance should be supported by data and science. Then they are really related. If we look to the smart governance, generally we focus on the transboundary joint bodies. And I added the effective because it's not only enough to have these joint bodies, but they should be effective. And we have to add also the community. It's very important to add the local authority, civil society, and so on. And what is really very important, and we have a lot of papers about, how we can use the informal activities, such as meeting, conferences, education, research, and so on, to support all of this governance. Then for the governance, as you can see, that we have 3 components, and we have to implement them. For the data, we need this monitoring of the water system and related issues. And what is also needed is to develop these tools for the data analysis, and we have what we really need. The most important thing is to have this, what we call the Smart Transboundary Water Committee, because up to now we didn't find any example where we have really this committee. This committee should be in charge of the governance coordination, data collection, analysis and sharing, informal activity, and also the development of research and education. And this committee is really very, very important. If we implement this committee, we can really make progress in the reality. To resume, what is important, I think that this concept of smart transboundary water management is really a powerful framework to address the transboundary water management. It combines social and digital innovations, very important, not only digital. It's comprehensive. So I think that word is really very important because we have to take into consideration the totality, the integrity of the component. It's inclusive. The inclusion is also very important. It's based on knowledge, and also it promotes community cooperation, resilience, research, and innovation. That's, I think that this framework is really very important. As I said that already it's presented as a perspective. The future work which we have with Dr. Fadi is really to develop now this concept and to implement, because the concept, we can develop it very quickly. I think we have the experience for the most important thing is to implement it, to have a case study, and to share our findings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. The next speaker, Eric Tardieu, is online, I guess. And as it's the first time, I have to shift to an online presentation. Are you here? I'm not sure who manage.
Yes.
Okay. Bonjour, nous vous entendons très bien. J'espère qu'il fait beau à Paris.
Il fait beau à Paris. Merci. So
nous vous écoutons. Please, you can go ahead.
Thank
The
you
floor
very much.
is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you very much to the Cyprus Institute for this very relevant initiative. And thank you, of course, to my dear friend Fadi Komer for the invitation and the opportunity to present one of the latest initiatives that we, as INBO, have been part of. And I will start sharing my screen. I succeeded to do so before, so I hope you can now see my screen and in full screen mode. Is that okay on your side? Yes, can you confirm that you can see my full screen now? Yes, or it seems it's okay. Okay, so
C'est bon.
Merci beaucoup. I will present this initiative that was launched during the last World Water Forum that took place in Dakar in March this year. The initiative is called the Dakar Action Plan for Basins, and I believe this is a promising contribution to water hydrodiplomacy. INBO, just to remind you very briefly about us, is the international network of basin organizations, including all types of fresh water bodies, groundwater, surface water, lakes, are part of our network with global activities under the general umbrella of the promotion of basin organizations and basin level approaches. And I will skip very briefly the priorities of our current work program. These are very key technical aspects related somehow hydrodiplomacy. Links that I would like to insist on, like some of the previous speakers, is really the SDGs, and especially this 6.5.1 about integrated water management, and also the 6.5.2 about transboundary cooperation. We know that we are not on track for at least these two SDGs, two targets. It is still the case for most, if not all, of the other targets of the SDGs, as you know. But for us today, it's important to, as you can see on my screen, really to address this need of acceleration, especially for these two SDGs. And that was the main purpose, the main starter for the initiative of the Dakar Action Plan, especially for transboundary basins. A few members here that you are aware of, more than 200 transboundary basins, surface water, and around 600 transboundary aquifers around the world, which covers 40% of the world population, with the criteria of rivers shared by at least 2 countries. And we know that 90% of the world population is countries with shared transboundary. So this is really a very global context. So we tried in Dakar to address two levels of basin, national or subnational basins, because there are platforms for integration of public policies, platform of dialogue between different types of water users and water stakeholders. And second aspect, is there a problem with my
Excuse me. Who is in charge of? Because we can't see your slides, so you comment some slides, and then we are still sticky on the first one. So I don't know if someone can help us to. Because as you are at distance, we are still on your first slide, and
yes,
so
I don't know why, because I have the right slides here on
Hello?
my screen. Maybe you can share directly from the side.
Okay. Can you please click the present mode one time? Or if you use two screens, you share your second screen, not the application, the screen.
No.
When you click the share button, choose the screen, not the application.
I only have one screen.
Okay, click the share button.
Yes.
Select the screen, not the application, no specific application.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Okay, click present mode.
Okay, so you're supposed to see.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, let's check if it works. No, the change you don't see. Oh yes, you see the change with some time lag. Okay. Sorry for this technical interruption. So two aspects of this basin level approach, and I would like to insist on that because a successful hydrodiplomacy, a successful dialogue at the level of transboundary basins between countries necessitates also a strong governance and a strong public policy inside the countries themselves. So you have really to build hydrodiplomacy, water governance, transboundary water governance on strong national frameworks. And that's the reason why we tried to address both levels during this initiative. So the general objectives are here at the screen. So we need to accelerate via basin organizations and for basin organizations. So the purpose was to confirm basin level as having an important role and an effective role in the service of water security, of peace and sustainable development. And we have concrete results and demonstrated impact to produce, to showcase for basin organizations, including economic and social development, shared facilities in some transboundary basins in Africa, for example, and some also ecological benefits. So it seems important to strengthen the visibility of these results and of the supporting institutional frameworks, especially again for transboundary basins. We also need to promote innovative and autonomous financing mechanisms at basin level, including cross-border financial mechanisms, because we know this is a very difficult aspect of hydrodiplomacy, how to share the financial aspects, who pays for what, and who agrees to share the financial burden for what results. And also planning. Planning activities are really key aspects in the dialogue among the different water users, both at national or at transboundary levels. We also tried, again, to showcase very concrete cooperation projects. I won't have time to elaborate on that, but the European Commission is very active in the African region and at the European level. Just this morning, I was launching a steering committee for one of the main European EU-funded projects addressing water cooperation. We don't call it hydrodiplomacy, but water cooperation in 6 countries of the eastern part of Europe, including Ukraine, Moldova, and Belarus in the former steps, and also the Caucasus countries. And of course, you know, as well as me, how important water cooperation is in these regions. And I would rather insist on the content of this Dakar Action Plan. And you can see here many aspects, many values, many objectives that have been so already shared by the previous speakers. Of course, we try to confirm the basin organization's role and effectiveness, but the general idea is really to strengthen from upstream to downstream the participation of different sectors, different stakeholders sharing water resources. It's important, as said previously, again, to involve all sectors in a joint management. It's important to work on a cooperative, both national and transboundary and regional, science-based management in a sustainable way. We need to find innovative financing solutions. We need to showcase successful initiatives. And again, we need to facilitate, to enhance dialogue between all stakeholders. We need to value the positive impacts and the concrete results produced by basin organizations or other types of hydrodiplomatic initiatives, because they produce concrete results, including economic and social development, shared facilities. We have successful examples of shared infrastructures, shared dams. So Dr. Fadi mentioned the difficult case of the Nile River basin. Of course, we are very much aware of that, but we have counter examples, I would say, with shared dams, and there are factors of peace in the basin of the Senegal River, for example, of the Gambia River. So we need to promote these models of cooperation between countries within basin organizations and including local authorities. We need to strengthen common shared information water systems and practices. This has been mentioned previously, and I couldn't agree more on these aspects as key builders, not only for technical cooperations, but also for trust between stakeholders and between countries. We need to generate regular exchanges and good processes of exchange between our basin organizations and enhance the participation of all water users, water sectors, water different levels of water authorities. We need to strengthen the visibility and the institutional frameworks. We have a legal basis for that. So Fadi Comer mentioned the UNECE Water Convention, which is one of the main support, and we need to encourage and support the adoption of these of new legal agreements based on these UN water conventions. We need to promote innovative and autonomous financing mechanisms at basin level, and we need to reinforce planning activities, and especially, and that's particularly relevant for the Mediterranean region, because we need to better integrate climate change impacts, and we need to elaborate adaptation strategies for all the basins and for all the regions. So this is the synthetic presentation of the content of the initiative and of the Dakar Action Plan. I believe this initiative echoes particularly well the focus of your conference today, and what is important also to address in terms of new ways of cooperation in the Mediterranean region. Many stakeholders already signed in. You will see them in your screen right now, and I would like to encourage all the stakeholders of the Mediterranean region to join this initiative. We need to build a stronger community in order for these messages really to be at the core of the political content and of the actions of the next UN Water Conference in New York next March 2023. This is a very important event for the hydro-diplomatic community, I would say, since the last conference addressing water took place in 1977. So this is an important moment, I believe, for hydro-diplomacy and for water cooperation to be promoted and to be really included in the conclusions of the New York conference and in the action documents that will be produced at outcomes of this conference. And I thank you very much for your attention, and congratulations again for this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General, for sharing your positive experience and relevant recommendations governance of the scientifique et technique à l'Institut méditerranéen de l'eau.
Ladies and gentlemen, I thank sincerely the organizers of this meeting for having inviting me to present the activity of the Mediterranean Water Institute, and especially Professor Fadi Komer. I had the opportunity to work with him for a long time, as well as a member of River Basin Organization within the Mediterranean network of basin organizations. And more recently, when I was at the Union for the Mediterranean Water Department. So now I will take the slides. Let's talk about, say a few words about the Mediterranean Water Institute. As you can see, it's a network of water professionals with various members, types of members, local authorities, ministerial departments, public and private companies, but also individual experts. And we are working on the field of water, but of course, water is not only water supply, it's water sanitation, it's environmental problems, irrigation, and also and more now, energy-related issues. So we work essentially through webinars and regional events or studies. For the topic of today, hydrodiplomacy, we have two activities I will present to you rapidly, which are contributing to this research of peace and cooperation. The first one is a feasibility study about an observatory of non-conventional water resources and related energy. It's a feasibility study that was asked to the EMME by the World Water Council and presented in the last World Water Forum. And the second activity is a working group on water resource management planning in the Mediterranean, which is just starting now. I will say a few words about this. Regarding the first study, feasibility study, you know, non-conventional water resources means for mainly desalination and reuse of wastewater, treated wastewater for uses. This is a topic that will develop a lot in the next years. Maybe you don't see very well the slides, but the figures, but you see that in the projections, we know that water consumption will rise from 1,400 billions of cubic meters up to 170. So that's a 25% rise between now and 2040. So the conventional water resources, that means rivers, lakes, and aquifers, will not be sufficient. And we see that it's the blue part on the graph will become more and more important, essentially through desalination. But the water sector is consuming a lot of energy. You know, you have to pump, to treat, etc., and to distribute waters. So the consumption of energy will rise at the moment of everybody knows that we have to reduce energy consumption. So this is what is called the Nexus. The water needs increases, desalination consequently increases, energy consumption increases, and greenhouse gas increases. So how can we find a solution to solve this nexus? This is a slide showing the water stress as the proportion of what it's just a ratio between the proportion of natural water, that is rivers and lakes, and the water demand, the water use. Of course, if the water use is higher than water resources, there is a problem. So this ratio should be under 100%. But because of irregularity between seasons, between years, the UN indicators say that there is a high stress if this ratio is more than 40%. And these are the red and orange parts of the graphs in the Mediterranean region. So you see that almost all territories are under water stress. This is one of the SDG indicators that everybody will follow now. Another slide comes from a report from the World Bank. It's about sustainability of water use. You see all the parts below the x-axis in red are the non-sustainable, non-renewable water volumes used by the countries in the Middle East. You see that almost any country has non-sustainable water resources uses, but it's quite a lot, for example, in Jordan, where almost 30% is non-sustainable because we pump water in aquifers, which are getting lower and lower. And within 25 years, there will be no more water. So people have to find a more sustainable solution for the future. So these are on the upper part. You can see the water abstractions. And in some countries, it is, I think, in green, you see the reuse of treated wastewater. And in gray, desalination. So you see, for example, in Gulf countries, desalination is almost 80 or near 100% of the water resources sustainable part. Of course, I will not elaborate on that, but everybody knows that climate change will exacerbate this situation because it will reduce the conventional water resources, independently of demography that will increase the water consumption. So in this feasibility study, we had delivered this graph where the red arrows shows the pathway for Mediterranean countries, both for water and energy issues. The x-axis is the water stress. So you see all the countries like especially Libya, but also Egypt, Algeria, have a water stress of more than 140%. And they have to come below 40%. So you see the importance of the change. And the y-axis is about energy, renewable energy. So all the countries have a plan to come more or less to 40% of renewable energy within their energy consumption. So to use this pathway, of course, desalination will be one of the major possibility. So the feasibility study, recommends deeply to start by a pilot zone with an observatory, because we lack a lot of data, and especially we don't mix data related to energy and data related to water. So this observatory will be the site to bring together this information. Of course, we have not recommended to start by databases, because there are lots of people are not very on the government level in favor of data sharing. This is a really bad situation, because in governments you find always someone saying, I will not give my information because it may be a diplomatic problem. Of course, people, for example, say, if the world community knows where is my desalination plant, they can send a missile and destroy it. I think it's not a good way of thinking, so we have to explain that data sharing is a real source of progress. So, just to show, I will not elaborate on this because time is passing. We have already produced some results. For example, this is a map thanks to the cooperation of the countries, and Cyprus has already formalized its willingness to participate in this observatory, and other countries. This is a map showing the discharges of desalination plants, which may contain more salinity and pollutants related to marine protected areas. Another slide is a country profile where we can bring together information about the energy consumption, renewable, desalination, water use, and information about the legislation and institutional situation. This was made by Albania, for example. Rapidly about the second project, which is a working group about water resources planning and management. We have just started to launch this group that will work during 2 years until the Mediterranean Water Forum that will happen by the end of 2023. We have to look at planning documents and management tools already existing in the different countries, and thanks to the previous presentation, we have to include as well transboundary river basins. The idea is to organize just some webinars to bring together the information and to involve the youth. It was said already today. through students to make it more professional than a two-hour conference, and to keep a synthesis about this. So, for conclusion, we have learned from these two projects that, of course, the objective is to create international alliances against climate change and towards sustainable water energy use. But this is more difficult to do. And we see that the point 2 and point 3 of this slide are the thing to begin with. If we can begin with sharing of information, it's easier than to start alliances or international agreements. And also to begin with relationships between professionals that will help to know each other and to identify the best ways. So I will just, as a conclusion, ask you and distinguished participants, if any of you is willing to involve in this working group or in the observatory. Of course, it is open. We want to start by the Mediterranean region and the neighbors, because the Middle East is similar in many problems, many issues. So I will be there if some of you want to, I have a brochure about the Mediterranean Water Institute. We will have also the 40 years anniversary in September, which will be held in Valencia in Spain. So I would be pleased to invite the participants. Thank you.
Very much for your presentation, and to remind us that data sharing is not only important, it's a total necessity. Next speaker is Madame Haifa Al-Kailani. She's the president and founder of Arab International Women Forum.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, I don't have a PowerPoint, but I opted to join all the distinguished colleagues and address you standing. It's a great honor and pleasure for me, both personally and as president and founder of the Arab International Women's Forum in London, to be with you here in beautiful Cyprus on this very special occasion under the framework of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East Climate Initiative, and hosted magnificently by the Cyprus Institute under the title Hydrodiplomacy and the Nexus in the EMME region towards a regional cooperation. I wish first to extend my deep appreciation to the president of the Cyprus Institute, Kostas Papanikolas, as well as to Dr. Fadi Komer, who brought us all together here to this very, very inspiring summit morning. As a development economist who has spent the last 3 decades working in the region and internationally, focusing on gender, economic empowerment, and inclusion for women and youth, as well as on the food, water, energy nexus, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to share with you some thoughts on smart agriculture, food security, and water scarcity in the MENA region, and to reflect on the importance of entrepreneurship, innovation, and investment in these vital sectors. I'm also proud to be here as a fellow of Harvard University Advanced Leadership Initiative, where I spent a transformational year working with other global leaders to address social and economic challenges, and where the key outcome of my fellowship has been a sustainable agriculture project currently being piloted in Jordan, which I'll be talking to you today about. First, allow me to share with you some of the salient global and regional challenges pertaining to food and water security, which my project was designed to address. And we heard many of them mentioned today. These challenges are, in my view, very critical at this time more than ever, having been greatly exasperated by climate change, the pandemic, and now by the ongoing war crisis in the Ukraine. In 2020, between 720 and 811 million people in the world faced hunger, and food insecurity. Today, feeding the growing world population of 9 billion by 2050 is 70% increase in global food production is required to keep up with demand. Furthermore, water is crucial for food security as it is an important component of the agriculture sector. This natural resource is being subjected to unsustainable exploitation, leaving nearly 80% of the global population today water insecure. Its looming scarcity in the Middle East is a huge challenge that requires an immediate response. According to the FAO, accessible fresh water in the region has fallen by 2/3 in the last 40 years. It now amounts to 10 times less per capita availability than the world average, underscoring the need for significant overhaul of our farming systems. Moreover, the population of the Arab world is expected to reach 487 million by 2025. Hence, in order to sustain the growing population, food production will have to increase by 70%. In addition to all that, food and water insecurity are increasingly being linked to displacement and conflict, with real-time examples affecting many parts of the MENA region and globally. In Jordan and Lebanon, the Syrian refugee population is placing increasing pressure on the agriculture sector and food supply networks, as well as on water resources. According to the UNHCR, Jordan is hosting 670,000 registered displaced Syrians as of May this year, in addition to the Iraqi refugees, which it has been hosting since 2014. We all are aware that agriculture is crucial to economic growth. According to the World Bank, it accounts for 1/3 of global gross domestic product. Agriculture can help reduce poverty, raise incomes, and improve food security for 80% of the world's poor who live on the rural land. Coming to the MENA region, for our region, reviving the rural economy will require significant entrepreneurship and investment in agriculture. This is where the solution lies. Supporting and investing in sustainable agriculture could go a long way to contributing to the realization of the SDGs for the region. Agriculture, as we are aware, is the largest consumer of freshwater resources, and nowhere in the world are the challenges of this water scarcity and food insecurity more pertinent than what is called the world's most water-stressed MENA region. We are witnessing firsthand that the progress towards meeting many of the objectives of the SDGs is being strengthened significantly by small-scale entrepreneurs, SMEs, and social enterprises. And here we're seeing many are being driven by women who play and have always played a vastly significant role in MENA agriculture. Therefore, we cannot address opportunities for entrepreneurship, innovation, and investment in this sector without duly recognizing the pivotal role of women as key contributors to rural economies worldwide. FAO data shows that women comprise about 43% of the agricultural labor force globally. And in the MENA region, the female share of agricultural labor force stands at 45%. Throughout the MENA region, women are involved, I'm delighted to say, at every level in the agriculture chain, as producers, entrepreneurs, engineers, researchers, and policymakers. And a high number of households are led by women that are solely dependent on agriculture. By ensuring that due attention is paid to the voices of women and youth in rural and informal sectors, we can drive equitable economic prosperity and social transformation across the region. We are all aware also that the agriculture sector requires more investment in technology, tools, jobs, and training to mitigate future of work challenges. A key outcome that I'm delighted to share with you about now is my Harvard Fellowship project, which was developed and designed to address these challenges in the MENA region. From the outset, I was clear that my project would introduce new technologies involving smart agriculture in the region to help modernize and reform the farming techniques with the aim of producing high-yield crops and exploring new export markets. The country I chose to start the pilot project is Jordan. Why? Because Jordan is the second poorest country in the world in terms of water resources. The project plan is to set a farm of 1 hectare, producing high-yield fruits and vegetables, opening new markets for export, using low, medium, and high-tech hydroponics. It has been designed to create jobs for rural communities, especially rural women, who are very active in this sector, and to use technologies such as hydroponics and vertical agriculture, as well as traditional agriculture. The project proposal was unique because it has integrated the concept of social enterprise with new technologies to address food, water, energy security to the benefit of the population, making it a project with both an economic and social dimension. I'm delighted to share with you that I secured a grant from the World Bank to implement the first pilot project in Jordan. Now the World Bank has doubled the grant, and we are implementing 2 projects in 2 different areas in Jordan with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm also proud to say that I secured the support pro bono of PricewaterhouseCoopers to prepare a financial feasibility study for the project. It's important to note that the agri-food industry is key to the Jordanian economy because it contributes 30% of the GDP. And Jordan's economic growth plan emphasizes agriculture as a major driver for growth. Hence, the agriculture sector is well positioned to make use of this new technology in the agriculture sector, new old technology, as well as to implement it across the region. To summarize the project's key outcomes. First, the project aims to revive a key sector in the MENA region, which is agriculture. Second, it will enhance food security. Third, conserve water, scarce water resources. Fourth, create job opportunities for the local communities, both men, women, refugees, and young people. Fifth, providing jobs for the youth and exciting our youth to stay on the land and work on agriculture, showing them that it is technological and entrepreneurial. Sixth, generating income by producing high-yield products and opening new markets. Seventh, creating economic opportunities and fostering, importantly, social cohesion between rural and urban areas. And finally, enhancing economic growth, enhancing the GDP. I'm proud to share with you, as I mentioned now, that the project is being piloted in 2 areas and with an idea of being replicated in other regions. The project is meant to help the small farmers, and it is doable, affordable, scalable, and replicable. And the aim now is working with the government and with the World Bank to scale it across Jordan and hopefully in other regions. So to conclude, distinguished guests, and thank you for taking the time to listen, the ground is fertile to invest more in agriculture and in local rural communities towards achieving a sustainable agriculture sector across our region, with support of the private sector, of course, government, universities, unions, associations, and the local farming community themselves. Just to bring to your attention that the Gulf states recently have been heavily investing in agriculture to provide for the food security. Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE, recently established the first national agriculture policy of the country, which integrates multiple strategies using, again, very high levels of hydroponics with sharp focus on water conservation and climate change. To conclude, distinguished guests, for all of us in the MENA, economic growth and security are intrinsically linked with human security, prosperity, and social cohesion. This is why we need a thriving rural economy. To quote the most recent World Bank, EBRD, and EIB joint report on the MENA, and I'm quoting, "Climate change creates an opportunity for the MENA region to build up its green credentials and to use them as a source of competitive advantage. This will create the much-needed high-quality jobs linked to the green economy. End of quote. I believe that all of us here today, present at the Cyprus Institute, can collaboratively create and sustain the necessary networks of support that are vital to successful leadership in this endeavor. I thank you for your kind attention.
Well, thank you, Mrs. President, for your passionate and energetic speech and to share with us your pilot project in Jordan. Our last speaker for this first conference is Jacques Brulé, président honoraire de l'Académie de l'Agriculture de France. Please.
Merci, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, first of all, as previous speakers, I want to thank, of course, Fadi Comer and Professor Costa Papanikolaou for inviting us here in Cyprus. Number two, I'm the last speaker of this morning, so I know it's very difficult to keep attention of the audience as everybody wants to have a lunch. So I try to do my best in my bad English language to give you some information about the importance of agriculture in all of this nexus. So I'm here as a past president, as you tell, of the French Academy of Agriculture, one of the founding academia of GID, so it is important for me. Impossible to give you in a few minutes the major role of agriculture in the nexus of the watershed, the basis nexus in the Mediterranean. So it's a quick overviewing of what agriculture keep and role in these conferences, in few slides with a lot of pictures. And I want to say that this information came mainly from the last conferences we have in Bari, in south of Italy, organized by GID and SIAM. People say something about that before. And we have a very, very nice conferences, and I want to speak about a little bit. So we meet together in south of Italy, some people know that, on the how to manage this watershed basin in the Mediterranean Sea. And it's a new way to understand things for these people of Siam. So we have been 3 days together, 50 experts, and 10 countries together. So we share a lot of things, share data, information, and you see we have very good welcome by Siam in Bari. Number two, after these Bari conferences, we do something. We prepare a special session for the World Water Forum in Dakar, which happened in last March, on watershed basin policy, water and agroecology for rural development and for the Agenda 2030. We have this special session managed by our people of Academy of Agriculture, and we have a big success also in Dakar. As you know, GID is working a lot in Africa, so for us it's a major problem. So I'm speaking of what? This is the main basin in Mediterranean, where you see the freshwater income from rivers is not so big. The main one is the Po in Italy. Then you have the Rhone River and the Nile. But in the other country, this basin keep very few amount of fresh water. I want to say a word on another place, which is the Black Sea. The Black Sea receives all the water from the Danube River, from the Dnieper River, so it's a huge basin for us, not included in the Mediterranean. I don't know exactly why, but it is true. It is a very, very large basin, and if you add the Nile River, the Nile basin, you keep a large part of this region. This is the size of the basin. You see the importance of Black Sea and Nile basin for the amount of fresh water going in the sea. And on this map, you have the basin in this kind of line. it is quite exactly the same limit of the Mediterranean bioclimate. So it is interesting to see that. And this is the map of agricultures in Mediterranean area, where you have a place for dry agricultures, where you have a lot of wine, of la vigne, say? Vineyards, yes. Vineyards, it's a lot of vineyards around the Mediterranean. And you have this kind of and you have a place in the light green where it's irrigation working. This is coming from our SIAM discussion, in which we understand that there is a change of how the valley slope are managed. In the old days, people and cattle go from the mountain to the sea and on the other side, two sides. Now, because of the civilization, urbanization, the way is on the other side. So there are very few movement between the sea and the mountains, and there is a lot of moving around the sea. So this disturbs a lot all the ecosystem of the slope in Mediterranean, which is important to understand. The bad impact of bad agriculture system is floods. It seems to be strange here in Cyprus, but you have this kind of pictures very recently around Mediterranean. It's very important to take care of that. Another very bad impact is erosion. So this picture, you see, on the left is in Germany. It's strange to see that in Germany. This is in Greece, I think. So the erosion is very important and very bad impact, which we can control with agriculture. One of the first and the oldest system to prevent that is terrace cultivation. This is the millennium solution. You can see that everywhere. And strange that nobody speak about that before, but for me it's very, very, very important to say the importance of this system. Of course, after that, people are speaking about dams. So I show the dams in Spain, in France, and in Lebanon. You see, I have the opportunity to see that in Sarwo Dam. It's not Fadi's out, but it's, everybody knows this Sarwo Dam, which is, of course, of 30% to do that, to do irrigation. So irrigation, you speak about aspersion, which is the old system, but more and more people use this drip system, which drop by drop, you can put a small amount of water in the ground. This is one of the big projects, which we say the Green Morocco, in which Morocco tried to change completely the irrigation system in this drip system. Things very important, we also focus that in Bari with SIAM, is the importance of soils, quality of soils. Without agriculture, you lose the quality of soils. So you have this picture. All things, what's inside the soil is very important, like all this organic material, all these animals and bacteria and everything, life under the soil is of 30%. If you do nothing, this is what's happened. You see, you lose the soil. You have this poultry without soil, and we have to avoid. It's very important to avoid this kind of problem. Another thing, few people speak about that, is the importance of forestry in Mediterranean. So you see what's happened. We have on the right side, and here you have very good pictures of what we can do. You see on the top of the mountain, people are planting new trees, and it stopped completely this erosion system. So this is a picture showing the importance of forest. This is one of the pictures. Forest is also, well, this is just a joke, but we have planted personally with our friends here some cedar in Lebanon. But this is the way, you see, to prevent all this kind of problem and erosion. So I'm proud of that. One of the trees have my name on the bottom. I think I one time. No, I have a picture also what's happened with fire forests around Mediterranean. I think I lose one of the slide. No, yes. But this is showing that we can put again trees in place where fires came, and it's also save a lot of soils, of climates inside this Mediterranean region. Two small things, but I'm happy that you speak about that, is urban agriculture. This is for me very new, really I can say that, but we have discussion with that in GID, with Algeria, with Morocco, and I think it's very important. Important for the local people, important for our children, to educate people about what is agriculture. And it's very, very important for me to say that. You see that it is in Marseille, but this is in Algeria, where children is just around the town, and the professor explain why you can keep this kind of solution. And I think this must be developed in Mediterranean country. I have the souvenir of one of my Moroccan friends, which want to transform bad slum in city gardens. This is a wonderful idea, you see, slums to city garden. It's possible, and they do that in Casablanca. I think there is some project in Casablanca. The second small thing, which is older, is sheep transhumance. I have to say that because I'm very proud of that. You have a map of all these trails of sheep around Mediterranean, which keep the sheep alive. If you don't move them, they are killed. And it is a big importance in a lot of places in Mediterranean. And this change because of the modification of the circulation and movement of people around the sea. So I have 4 minutes more. I want to give you some recommendation, but it's the same that what my previous speaker do. Agriculture is central for the Nexus, water, food, and ecosystem. I don't speak about energy, but I have to perhaps to say also energy, because you can have some energy with agriculture. And as a conclusion, I want to give you some items for sustainable management of our basin. Number one, as everybody said, we have to share scientific language, we have to share technical practice, and all these technical things which have to be together, to work together. Number two, for a good policy of water, please, all actors must be involved, including agriculture operator, you see, agriculture, livestock, people which are on the ground, not only experts like us. People on the ground is very important to hear and to see what they want to do in a holistic management. This is the name I like, and this is one of the conclusions of our meeting in Bari also. Please, you are speaking about strategy to prevent risk and to promote best territory development, take care of agriculture and forestry activities and urban expression. I have to say that we have previous conferences on forestry around Mediterranean next year, perhaps in Greece, or we are not sure of the country, but Siam with GID, we are preparing special conferences on the role of forestry around Mediterranean. And the last thing, last but not least, the good level to speak about that, the best scale is this water basin. It's not countries, it's not town, it's water basin, which is the best scale for sustainable development and management. Thanks for your attention, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
We have the privilege to open now the question and answer discussion. You first. How long do you? 3 minutes? 5 minutes?
Yeah,
okay.
5 minutes. It's okay. 5-minute question answer.
Who wants to start? First question. Yeah.
you know the origins of the geological ground for watersheds made of plastic? Are there rocks, casts? What kind of rocks?
I mentioned a little bit that karstic geology is an important candidate. Then other sort of sedimentary structures with high porosity are other sources of SGDs. And then general large coastal aquifers that are connected to the sea through conduits that lead into the coastal zone are the main source. I hope I answered at least to some extent your question. Thank you. And of course, it's something that, you know, in order to identify and to detect SGD, the knowledge of the coastal geology is of particular importance. Okay. That's why I showed the map of the Cyprus geology, where at least an attempt has been made to identify SGD sites based on geological setting in the 5 different regions that are indicated.
And also, have you an idea on the fauna, the animals in the sea in connection with this way? When you have you knowledge of the variety of animals?
Okay, I think I know what you mean. What I also mentioned is that SGD or groundwater in principle is also a transport medium for nutrients, and so in that regard, it does contribute to coastal ecosystems by providing nutrients to to the small animals and then up the food chain to fishes. Yes.
You talked about hydroponics, and we were a little surprised because we thought hydroponics was high-tech, energy-intensive technology. So perhaps there is a low-tech, new way of doing things.
As I started by saying, Jordan has no water. And in order to maintain that agriculture sector, where you have quite a majority of the population live in utmost poverty, is through maintaining agriculture while conserving water. My project is divided, my 1 hectare farm is divided in 3 parts. 1 part traditional agriculture, so that when the farmer comes, he is able to start to carry on planting his tomatoes like he used to. Then we have the other part where we start training them into low-tech hydroponics and then high-tech hydroponics, so they can see what this technology means and how we are able to save 70% water. I'm aware that our main cost is the energy, but we hope when we have a little more funding, at least for these projects, for the pilot projects, to start applying solar energy, because this is where Jordan is going, of course. But I did not integrate it. Just to give you an example, the whole pilot project is $500,000. This is why I said it's small, affordable, doable, actionable, replicable. Okay, I am not there to present a $100 million project. No, I want to help the small farmers. This is where you go to the grassroots and help alleviate the situation. You're welcome.
I have a question to Jack. I have worked on a project about agricultural development in Yemen. In Yemen, it's mainly about the small agriculture, it's not big agriculture. And when we discussed with the small agriculture, they mentioned the importance of logistic. The logistic is really very, very important, because if we can produce and if we can't go to the market, there's a big problem, and what's about the stock and so on. The second one, which was also very important, about the finance, how we can help the small. I think what was the main issues which appeared when discussion with them, and also about if we have some innovation, how we can also spread all of this innovation at the level of the small agriculture activity. These are some of these, sure, what you have presented is very, very important. But I think that if we want to make a comprehensive approach, all of these other subjects are also very, very important. What do you think about?
If you want to speak about the problem of agriculture, we have 3 days or 3 weeks or 3 months to discuss that. So we discuss that every day at the academia, in our academia. But of course, you are completely right. I just explained it very roughly and overviewing. I'm not speaking about biodiversity, for example, which is very important. We are working on the land sharing, land sparing, which is a new way. A lot of things has happened, but I agree with you. Very important to when you produce something in agriculture, you have to sell it, and to transport it, and to finance it, and all these things we know everybody. But this is for the next conferences, if you please.
Question is to you, if I may. You talked about the Hydrodiplomacy initiative of the Cyprus Institute. Are you presenting it at COP27 this year?
Of course, we are going to be in the COP27. This is why His Excellency Ambassador Amr Hamza was here, Ambassador of Egypt, and we met him 2 weeks ago. Yes, of course. Thank you so much. Thank you. So much. I would like to conclude by thanking you for your presence. We will go for 1 hour break for lunch. And I would like also to thank the Assistant Vice President of International Affairs, Dr. Nicolas Jarreau, for his backup and for his work in order to let this session and this day highly successful. I would like to thank Sophia Aristides, Nicola and myself, assistant. Sophia, she worked marvelously since a month in order to make all this excellent setup for the day to be successful. And our technical assistant engineer, Lana Naber, also, she started, I think, a month ago with us. So thank you so much for all of you, for the EWRC professors who are here with Professor Adriana, the Energy Department also, and all the CYI group. And we are going to meet after 1 hour for the signature of the GID and CYI and the lecture of Professor Nicolas Grimal, and at 7:30, a very important special guest, Madame Michelle Gendreau-Massalou, for the public conference. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Take their seats. Oui. Oui. For taking your seats. We're going to proceed with the closing session before we move on afterwards for the launch of the GID platform. So I would like to, our two speakers now for this session will be Professor Michel Jarraud, Secretary General Emeritus of the World Meteorological Organization, and His Excellency Brice Lalonde, the former Minister of Environment in France. So we would like to start with Professor Jarraud, if we can. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm here. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I know the conference is in English, but since there are many French people, je veux dire un grand bonjour et une bienvenue à tous les participants francophones. But okay, I'll switch back to English. Actually, the reason why what I'm going to say today will be to put hydrodiplomacy into maybe a larger context where I'm more familiar with some of the elements. But before that, I want to thank Professor Papanikolas for organizing that, the president of the Cyprus Institute, who is also the special representative of the president of Cyprus for climate change. And also I want to thank Professor Fadi Komer, who is the director of EWRC at the Cyprus Institute, for playing a key role in this conference. So thank you to both of you, and welcome to all the others. Now, the first thing I would like to do, you heard many things about hydrodiplomacy, and maybe I want to expand a little bit on the context, and starting with the climate and climate change context. This year has been a very special year because it is a year where IPCC is completing its sixth assessment report, and the elements are not very good news. Most of them, some of them are encouraging, but most of them are not so encouraging. There's absolutely no doubt that anthropogenic climate change is a reality, and you could hardly hear now skeptical voices about that. So quite different from what it was a few years ago. So now the facts are so strong, you cannot argue any longer with many of these facts. Every year, in addition to the IPCC report, every year WMO also issues a state of the climate. And recently, they finalized the state of the climate for 2021. And the last 7 years have been the warmest on record. Actually, what we call a cold year in this century would have been a record warm year in the previous century. We have seen many temperature records in many locations around the world. More than 30 degrees in Siberia, north of the Arctic Circle, 48 degrees in Sicily, some incredible temperature in Canada, and so on and so on. Heat waves, killer heat waves in India and Pakistan. So this is really, some of these extremes are getting really, really worrying. And the Mediterranean region, your region, where this conference takes place, was no exception to that. And these extreme events, it's not only about temperature. Climate change really is not only about temperature, and this is why this conference is so important about hydrodiplomacy, because what keeps me from sleeping at night, actually even more than the temperature change, is the impact on the hydrological cycle. So both in terms of droughts, heat waves, and also floods as well. Last year, we also saw a record number of human displacement related to climate change. So that's all these elements are part of the context which we have to take into account. With respect to the sixth assessment report of IPCC, the concentration of CO2 now are the highest in at least 2 million years. So in other words, since human beings, modern human beings, are on this planet. The global surface temperature has already increased by more than 1.1 degrees. So if we keep in mind the target of 1.5, 1.1 is already behind us. So we don't have much flexibility. And actually, it's even more over land. So it's even more over the continent because of the inertia of the ocean. But it's a lot more than 1.1 over the continent. The sea level rise is actually the fastest in at least 3,000 years. We are now reaching 4.5 millimeters per year, which is more than twice the rate in the previous century. Arctic ice, well, lowest level in at least 1,000 years. And in the Mediterranean region, in this part of the world, there is high confidence that the increase in hot extremes can indeed be attributed to human contributions. So it's not just about talking about variability, but we can attribute many of these extremes now to human contribution. So you know all that, and the impact of climate change are getting increasingly complex to manage, because there are many aspects which are interacting with each other. Many hazards can occur simultaneously in different part of the world or successively in the same part of the world. And IPCC certainly states that multiple climate hazards will occur simultaneously, and climatic and non-climatic risk will interact. And this statement is with very high confidence. Now, in the Mediterranean region, you heard many presentations highlighting the fact that the water stress is likely to increase significantly. And what IPCC report says is that the societal choices and the that are made and the actions which are implemented in the next decade, over the next few years, will determine the extent to which medium and long-term pathways will deliver either higher or lower climate resilient development. So this is part of the climate context. But we also to look at the interaction with the sustainable development context. You know that in 2015, the world agreed on defining 17 sustainable development goals. And water, I was very happy with that. And many people in this room contributed to the fact that water, a specific SDG 6, was dedicated to water. Water is definitely cross-cutting, but at the same time, it is very highly fragmented, which makes it both essential to deal with, but also very challenging because of this very high fragmentation. Almost all SDGs have a water dimension, and that's only true of SDG 2, hunger and food security, SDG 3 on health, 7 on energy, 8 on economic growth and jobs, 9 resilient infrastructure, 11 cities, 13 of course climate, 15 ecosystem, desertification, 17 partnership. Actually, I could have mentioned all of them. So many of these SDGs, actually I could say all of them, are interconnected, but often in competition with each other. So in other words, sometimes if you deal with water in isolation, this may be in competition or in contradiction with other goals. So that's why it's so important to deal with this interaction. And that's why I was happy to see that the focus in this conference was on the nexus: food, energy, and water. It is essential to look at this at a few nexus. You cannot deal with all the interaction between all elements of the sustainable development matrix. So water, cutting across many sectors, it is an essential element of resilience and indeed of sustainable development. Now, when we talk about hydrodiplomacy, I wanted to share with you some of my experience, which is in a distinct but related area, which is science diplomacy. There has been a lot of development in the area of science diplomacy. And the reason why I was involved in that is that, to a large extent, meteorology and climate science have been a success story of science diplomacy. It's dealing with a common global good. No country can deal with the law. No country, not even the biggest one, not even USA, not China, not the European countries together. No country can do it alone. And all countries benefit from the exchange of information. Now, the other thing is that this is only true in the area of meteorology and climate, is that science is based on facts, on measures. It's not based on assumption, it's not based on faith, it is based on facts. You can negotiate with enemies, well, maybe not all the time, but you can try to negotiate with enemies. You cannot negotiate with the laws of physics. That's just impossible. And science just transcends cultural differences. So when it comes to meteorology and climate, it is, despite the attempts by the skeptics some years ago, it is almost impossible to hide or to distort facts. Yes, you can try, but then there is so much interaction, redundancy, way to analyze the thing that it's almost impossible to do it. So as a consequence of that, it's a very important consequence, is that it is an essential element of trust building. And the reason why I'm elaborating on that is that I believe this has also there are some lessons to be learned for hydrodiplomacy, and there are some connected elements. Now, if I take the example of IPCC, the IPCC assessment process is independent. It is very interesting. It is intergovernmental. So it is under the authority of the countries, of the governments, but at the same time, it's driven by the scientists. If there's a disagreement between scientists and some political people, some governments, some countries, the scientists have the last word. This is very unusual if you think about it. And when we set up IPCC in 1988, many people felt it will not work. Actually, it does work. And many countries would be very hesitant to sort of put reservation on the conclusion of IPCC because it's based on such a solid assessment with peer review, with incredible review process, that it would be very difficult to challenge. The other important thing, which I think is essential, is that it is policy relevant. In other words, it's there to inform policy decisions, but it is not policy prescriptive. Decision makers, be they government or private sector, are making decisions. But what is important is that it is based on the best possible scientific information. And that's valid also for hydrodiplomacy. The other point is that all parties have access to the same information. It doesn't mean IPCC reports are available to everyone. So it doesn't mean that big countries have access to more information. They have more expertise to analyze it, but they have access to the same information as the smallest island in the Pacific or the least developed countries. So this is also an important element. But there are many challenges. And it's a challenge which I believe is common both to the climate issue, to science diplomacy in general, and also to hydrodiplomacy. Is the fact that we are speaking different languages. And I'm not talking French versus English versus Russian versus Chinese. No, I'm talking the language of the scientists versus the language of decision makers. I'm talking the difference between the jargon of different sectors. And this is something which is the real challenge, how to translate the message of the scientific community in a format which can be easily understood and used by the decision makers. by the way, I should include, when I say decision makers, I should involve the diplomats, because we're talking about either science diplomacy here or hydro diplomacy. It's the same. For example, if you are in New York, diplomats speak the language of diplomacy, and they have their own code, they have their own jargon, they have their own thing. And it's not always easy for them to integrate the scientific language. And the responsibility is on both sides, both on the side of the scientists to adjust to what is required, and the sides of the diplomat to try to listen and to make use of this information. So there are, as I say, there are quite a few lessons which I believe can be learned from the science diplomacy area. First of all, science is not here to replace diplomacy. No, science is here to inform diplomacy. We don't replace diplomat. So the scientific information should be the basis of diplomatic negotiation. This is the case, by the way, now in the context of the United Framework Convention on Climate Change. And I was very happy, for example, in Paris, when there was the COP15 under the chairmanship of Laurent Fabius. I can tell you it was one of the conference where the scientific voices were very much integrated into the process. And I think it did contribute to the success of the Paris conference. So yes, we need to have scientific information in support of diplomacy, in support of decision making, but it's probably a somewhat different type of diplomacy. So it's not to me, I'm not a diplomat, so it's not up to me to say what should be done, but definitely to integrate this information will require some, I should not use the word training because it may not be understood properly, but definitely we need a kind of sensitization of various community to the language of the others. Same for decision makers in the private sector, or if we come to water, the water managers, and they also need to integrate this message in a way which is different from the traditional perspective. So there are, I believe, quite a few lessons which can be learned for hydro diplomacy. So when coming closer to the water, now maybe I'm talking with my former hat of former chair of UN Water, which was a coordinating structure of all water issues in the UN system, plus the World Bank, plus IMF, plus a few others. I'm not going to repeat what was said on many occasions in this conference, the fact that many rivers, many basins in the world are shared, are transboundary, and that's your region is no exception to that, both for surface water but also for underground aquifers and underground water. As you know, we are not on track to meet SDG 6, the Sustainable Development Goal on water. Many of the targets in many parts of the world, we are far from meeting them, and this is of really great concern. Water, as you know better than anyone else, is often managed in different countries, under different sectors, under different authorities, with sometimes, maybe I should say often, insufficient coherence, with also conflicting priorities. An obvious case is conflicting priorities for upstream and downstream countries for the use of waters. The authorities managing water can be national, they can be local, and very rarely are they regional. So it's a very unsatisfactory solution. Now, sometimes it's even worse because management is done at a sub-basin scale, and there is most of the time insufficient transboundary cooperation when basins are shared between countries, and you have many striking examples of that in this region. Now, water cooperation is, I don't know whether what I'm going to say is going to be controversial, but water cooperation is sometimes, maybe even often, perceived by scientists and as well as by decision makers and diplomats as a technical issue. Actually, it's much more than a technical issue, and often we underestimate the political dimension. This is why this conference is so important, and I think it can help to change this perspective, at least in this part of the world. And if this part of the world is successful, it will help to change the perspective in other parts of the world. So this aspect is actually different from the climate negotiation, from the climate diplomacy. Because in the climate diplomacy, the political dimension sometimes comes on top. So the idea is really, and I'm sure it was said by many of the other speakers, is to transform water as a potential source of tension into a source of cooperation, into a way to build trust. And that is, the trust building is absolutely essential to cooperate. Cooperation without trust is often doomed. The agreement that have to be developed, they have to be based on solid, undisputed facts. And the example of climate now is highly relevant. So such an agreement, they need to involve countries in the region, of course, but also outside of the region. And that makes it even more complicated, because I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but in the region, a significant fraction, more than 2/3 of water resources originate outside of the region. So this is something which has to be taken into account. And that will require a new approach to governance. Governance, let's start with multinational, international governance. The UN system was defined after the Second World War mostly on thematic issue. You have an organization, FAO, dealing with food. You have an organization, WHO, dealing with health, WMO dealing with meteorology and climate, and so on. By the way, no organization dealing with water. It's spread across 41 organizations and programs in the UN system. But that is already a challenge. But it's even more complex because many of the actors are not even properly integrated or represented in this multilateral system. So we need to have new innovative approaches to governance. And there's a lot of thinking, a lot of groups are contributing to that thinking. So this is important. The other point we need to take into account, and I think that's relevant for your region, is that because of climate change, the past is no longer a good predictor for the future. In other words, if you build an agreement based on what existed in the last 30 years, it's not going to reflect what will be there in terms of water in the next 30 or 50 years. And this is particularly relevant for water, where you have agreement, including in this part of the world, where water which is shared doesn't exist any longer. That is, we share things which do not exist any longer. So it is important that to take into account not only the past, but the future scenario and the uncertainty about this scenario. The sharing has to be based in a transparent way. And this is something which has been particularly difficult for water, is to have enough data to be able to monitor, to verify. It's part of the trust building. You need to be able to trust the data. So I know I'm coming close to the end of my slot. So maybe I would like to have some concluding words, or at least some personal input to that you could take or not into account. We know, of course, the EMME region, the water in the EMME region, the water stress is likely to become even more serious. because of climate change, but not only climate change, because of demography as well. And this is something which is often not taken very much into account. There are many causes for tension. Actually, recently, the war in Ukraine has had a clear impact, as we could see, on food security, and therefore on the food, energy, water nexus for the region. So it shows that it's important to look at the context, the overall context, with all these other elements, which may not be which should not be explicit part of the nexus, but which have an impact on the nexus. And precisely because it is highly challenging, because it's highly sensitive, hydrodiplomacy combined with science diplomacy has the potential to make this region an example for the rest of the world. And the issue I heard in the introduction, the issue, of course, is not only about sharing existing or even future declining water resources, but it's also about encouraging new, innovative partnership leading to win-win situation rather than the current lose-lose approach. So to have initiative which would contribute to ease the tension, which otherwise would grow out of control. So I know my presentation went in many directions, but I hope it was, what I wanted is to have something a bit complementary to the other presentations. So anyway, thank you very much for listening. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Professor Jarreau. I'd like to now invite Monsieur Brice Lalonde, former Minister of Environment of France, for his closing remarks.
Well, I'm very happy to pass after Michel Jarreau, which I have worked with in the United Nations. And talking about science and policy, I just wanted to share a story. A few years ago, I went to see the Aral Sea, so what's left of the Aral Sea. It's a place like Chernobyl, you know, environmentalists, they go there for holidays, okay, to look at the situation. I was accommodated by an old lady which in a city called Nukus, which is a Russian city in Uzbekistan, south of Aral Sea. She was the widow of a Russian scientist who was a specialist of biodiversity, and she showed me pictures of the Aral Sea, such fantastic pictures of a beautiful, flourishing wetland with high aquatic plants, birds, fish, everything. And of course, nothing is left of that. And I heard suddenly a flow of water trickling somewhere. And I saw the water. It was coming from a tap. And I rushed to stop it, because quand même. And the lady said, "No, don't touch it, don't touch it. I need it. It has to flow all the time, otherwise my heater doesn't work." And that's because the water was for free at that place. Just close to the Aral Sea, where there's no water, the Amu Darya, which has become salty, that lady was completely wasting the water. So the problem is price. How do you price water? Such an important and politically very sensitive issue. I used to work as a consultant, and we had a sort of a trick between us. We said, the price of water must never exceed 2% of the revenue of the people. Okay, keep that for you. It's a trick. Never more than 2%. But it has to be, you have to have a price. Otherwise, you're going to waste it forever. And this is why, speaking in front of Fadi Comer and Hydrodiplomat, we have to invent other concepts for water. We need to have hydropolitics. Important. We need to have hydroproductivity, which means that the water must be useful for different purposes, not only for one purpose. And we have to recycle it, reuse it, or find multi-use of water, which is something very important. So let me just tell you, I don't want to be too long, so it's complicated, but now when we manage water at a country level or the European level or even at local level, we have different ways of computing and measuring water. Now we know we have to talk about the water footprint. Water footprint, well, it means that each time in a country which doesn't have much water, by the way, is importing stuff, importing food, it's importing water. So it's getting water from another country. And it's getting important to know exactly how much water you are importing in your country, or if you need it or if you don't need it. And some countries, like, I don't know, Morocco is exporting tomato. Tomato, that means it's exporting water that it doesn't have. Okay, good, why not? But I mean, so you can see, if you want, the adequation of your politics, of your agricultural politics, and the availability of water. Now we know water has different colors. And these different colors, it's a different way to assess the amount of water, the availability of water. You have blue water. Blue water is the water that most of our politics and most of our administration have used and have measured. Blue water is what is in the rivers, blue water is in the lakes, blue water is what you go and pump, blue water is what you put in the pipes and you use in your city. And people usually say we withdraw a lot of blue water, but actually you don't always consume that water, because water goes back to the blue water, it goes back to the lake, goes back to the river. So it's not so important. What's important is what the consumption of water, not the use of water. It depends how you use it. The agriculture is the main consumer of water because it evaporates it after, and it doesn't go back to the river or to the blue water. When you use the blue water, sometimes in your cities, that water becomes gray, polluted. And the gray water is the amount, the number of kilometers of the river that the river needs to clean itself. And gray water is not available for every use because you can't drink it anymore. But there's another color and another water. And this other color, this other water, has become increasingly important. It's called the green water. What is the green water? It's the water you don't see. It's the water you see when it rains, so it's the rain. And rain is probably the main source of water inland, so it's important. Not only rain today, but historical rain. And it's the rain which soaks soils. The rain which soaks soils is absolutely crucial for agricultural productivity, for whatever use you need, and for nature, for trees. And the trees use this green water, make themselves with it, and they evaporate it. This green water, there has been a study in Nature. This green water is lacking, is diminishing. There's less and less of this green water in soils. All these soils are drying up right now. And there's this study, which I don't know, it's difficult to be a scientist if it's really scientific. These people talk about borders for the planet, planet borders. And we have been passing through some borders. CO2 is one. Huh? And they say green water is lacking, and we have probably tapped too much on green water. So you need now in our policy to concentrate, in our hydropolitics, to concentrate on this green water, because it's absolutely crucial. As we know, climate change is intensifying the water cycle, putting in any event stronger, more intense. And we know that there's more and more evaporation of the sea. And you know that for each degree, it's 7% of water that the atmosphere can carry more. So it's more and more of this water. And we can see now with the satellites, this water is moving to the poles, which means that it's between, is getting drier and drier. And we're having a new phenomenon which is absolutely incredible, which is called atmospheric rivers. Atmospheric rivers. Not long ago, exactly in March 2019, I'm looking at my notes, there was an atmospheric river called Dina, which traveled for 9,000 kilometers over all Africa and burst open in Zagros Mountains on Iran. What fell on that day was 150 times the amount of all the rivers of the region, Tigris, Euphrates, and all the two others from Iran. 150 times. So these atmospheric rivers are something absolutely new. They fall suddenly on a place which is absolutely not accustomed to manage with this amount of water falling. And you have quite a lot of these flash floods suddenly falling. And the problem is that you cannot keep this water. It just runs away, takes the soil with it. And of course, now it's becoming something very important to get all these new cities, the cities to cope. This is why the Chinese call this sponge city. We have to invent sponge cities. How do we keep this water? And so the real question now is, how do we try to keep this water in the soils? As you know, most of our former policy or hydropolitics was to have clean ground, to drain wetlands, to go through the sewage power plants, and to send that quick as possible back to the sea, back to the river, and back to the sea. We must do the contrary. We must keep this water. We must recycle this water. We must wet again the lands to have wetlands. You need to have trees to evaporate. You know that when it rains, 60% of the rain evaporates immediately. And this 60% of the rain that evaporates is going to create recycled rain and create rain further. And it's very important. So you need to have this recycling of rains. So there's a new policy also of rains. So all this to say, ladies and gentlemen, we have to find absolutely new methods. So, Madame, you said something very interesting about hydroponics. Well, in Jordan, for instance, there is an aquifer called Azraq. And now there has been new experiences. It was with the Stockholm Institute, where they have a real good policy to recharge the NAP, to capture as much as possible this flood, to put it down in the aquifer. And in some areas, with some technology, sometimes very simple, you find the best place to do it, and you can increase the infiltration of the water you need. So this is what we have to do. There was another recycling of wastewaters in the peri-urbain, in the cities for the poor people, which are not in the center of the cities, but in the surroundings of the cities. That was a very simple technology with a few tanks with gravel. It was invented by the Arab Network for management of water. And you could recycle the water, you can water your garden, and you can increase the revenue of the people using that for the urban agriculture we talked about. All these little inventions are very, very important. So we have to upgrade them, we have to put them at scale, and we really have to think about the new way of coping with water in the climate change world. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank our two speakers for their closing interventions. We will now move on to the launch of the GID platform for the EMME region, which will be hosted by the Cyprus Institute. So I'd like to call Professor Kostas Papanikolas, President of the Cyprus Institute, and Monsieur François Guinaud, President of GID, to the front to sign the declaration. Thank you very much.
Is it there?
Saying important things, and I should not keep them secret.
I was just saying that this agreement is only the beginning, and we certainly have a lot of cooperation to establish in order to address important problems in Mediterranean. And we know that the Cyprus Institute is performing very high-level studies on very important matters. GID is not performing high-level studies, but we are very interested in translating the results of high-level studies in practical effects. And certainly we have to find some fields in order to work that way. And thank you once more, Mr. Nicolas, for your hospitality and for the quality of the exchanges we already have and for the quality of the exchanges we certainly will have in the future. Thank you.
Mr. President, it's an honor, it's a pleasure to sign this document that formalizes a long existing cooperation in our 15 years of existence and coexistence. It's a renewed contract, it's a renewed promise to work together. The formidable strength of GID at the center of Europe, the Cyprus Institute at the edge of Europe, but in a most critical area for Europe, for the world. And I'm sure that the promise that we, in a way, formalize with this signing of today will pay dividends, not only in hydrodiplomacy, such an important topic, in culture, in preserving the environment, our cultural heritage, in climate change, on and on and on. The opportunities are so many and the challenges so big. I hope and I'm sure will contribute. I'll close by an informal note that I learned as I was coming in from Catherine and Michel, that we are going to have an event in the fall with an exhibition and an art-related project which will expand and signify something very important, both here and in Paris. So stay tuned. We are beginning something very nice. Thank you very much.
Bon. Alors ça, il faut pas le perdre, hein?
Thank you very much. We have one more very important presentation before the end of this afternoon's proceedings. Once that is done, we will have a group photograph of all of us at the front, followed by a bus that will take us at 4 o'clock to a coffee at the French Embassy. The photo will be after the lecture. And then in the evening, of course, don't forget that we will also have the public lecture by Madame Michèle Gendreau-Massalou back here at the Institute. But before that, one very important intervention, last but not least, Monsieur Nicolas Grimal, the Permanent Secretary of the Académie des Inscriptions et des Belles-Lettres, to talk about the challenges of safeguarding cultural heritage in the EMME region. Thank you very much.
Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Vice-président. Non, j'ai rien du tout.
So thank you for welcoming me.
Just in order to protect you from my very bad globish, I will speak in French. Yes. Comme ça, vous serez épargnés. Et je remercie beaucoup donc le Cyprus Center de nous accueillir avec autant de générosité, avec autant de gentillesse. Et j'ai la charge très, très compliquée, très difficile, même redoutable, de passer de l'eau au patrimoine. Alors, je ne vais pas vous parler d'eau, mais un peu quand même. Je ne vais pas vous parler de patrimoine, mais un peu quand même aussi. Alors, la question du patrimoine, dans cette région du monde, mais aussi dans l'ensemble du monde, c'est une question identitaire. Les sociétés, les civilisations, les cultures se définissent par leur patrimoine. Ce patrimoine, il s'inscrit bien sûr dans la durée historique, dans le temps archéologique, mais aussi et beaucoup dans l'environnement. Et la question de l'eau dans cette partie du monde est une partie intégrante du patrimoine, qui sert de définition à beaucoup de pays qui, malheureusement, aujourd'hui, suite à l'action humaine, leur sert aussi de terrain d'affrontement. On en a déjà parlé aujourd'hui, je ne vais pas revenir sur ces questions, mais il est clair que le partage de l'eau est aujourd'hui quelque chose de très sensible, de très douloureux, je dirais, que cette gestion de l'eau devrait se faire de façon communautaire. J'ai entendu beaucoup de bonnes paroles, j'ai entendu beaucoup de bonnes intentions aujourd'hui, mais la réalité nous montre qu'il n'en est rien. Je suis moi aussi partisan de pouvoir établir des chartes internationales, mais qui va les respecter et comment? Et les récents événements, les événements actuels, je ne peux pas ne pas parler de l'Ukraine, les événements actuels montrent que les chartes internationales, face au canon, ne tiennent pas la route. Bon. Donc c'est aussi à nous de trouver des logiques qui paraissent suffisamment fortes et suffisamment importantes pour surpasser les intérêts particuliers des uns et des autres. Alors pour la gestion de l'eau, peut-être devrions-nous prendre un petit peu exemple sur le passé, sur l'histoire, et donc introduire un peu de culture dedans. Tout à l'heure a été évoquée la question de la mer morte, qui est une question extrêmement grave et douloureuse, sur le plan simplement de la gestion des ressources hydriques, mais bien évidemment aussi sur le plan historique et identitaire. La mer morte n'est pas une mer, entre guillemets, indifférente. Elle est liée à une histoire de l'humanité qui définit une grande partie des cultures méditerranéennes. Donc, toucher à cette mer, c'est aussi toucher à l'ensemble des cultures. Aujourd'hui, la barrière fait que les intérêts politiques de ces pays les empêchent de raisonner de façon collective. Alors, je fais partie de ceux idéalistes, probablement, mais tant qu'on est vivant, on continue, qui essaient de lutter contre cela et qui essaient de faire comprendre l'intérêt. Je vais vous donner un exemple. Je regrette l'absence de nos amis libanais, mais ils sont dans mon cœur et ils ne le quittent jamais. Il m'est arrivé, il y a quelques années, de donner une conférence dans un centre de formation pour futurs chefs d'entreprise à Beyrouth, avec le ministre de la Culture d'alors. Et j'expliquais, je ne suis qu'un pauvre historien, un pauvre archéologue, j'expliquais ce qu'il en était, en gros, de la géopolitique de la Méditerranée orientale au 2e millénaire avant notre ère. Ça paraissait très loin à tout le monde. Et à un moment, j'ai évoqué les sources égyptiennes, ça c'est mon fonds de commerce à moi, ça. Et en particulier les textes du roi Thoutmôsis III, qui a été, c'était un peu le Napoléon égyptien, c'est-à-dire qu'il a généré beaucoup de morts, mais il a unifié une grande partie du Levant derrière lui. Et il a laissé de cela une trace écrite importante, qui sont des annales qui décrivent campagne après campagne ce qu'il a fait. Et dans une de ces annales, c'est l'an 16, je crois, ou 17, il est question d'un pays qui est une fédération de 3 grandes cités, et ce pays s'appelle Lebanon, le Liban. Donc, vous voyez, les étymologies qu'on peut vous donner à partir de l'arabe et autres, elles ne tiennent pas la route. C'est Lebanon, c'est un vieux mot qui existait déjà au 2e millénaire. Et les 3 cités, ben, c'était Tyr, c'était Beyrouth et c'était Sidon. Et ces 3 cités sont présentées dans ces sources comme étant une entité supranationale fédératrice. Alors évidemment, nous, les Français, avec le démantèlement de l'Empire ottoman, le mandat, tout ça, nous sommes ridicules. Mais nous avons généré des querelles, nous avons généré des fractions identitaires qui sont terribles et qui empêchent des pays qui ont une très vieille identité, qui ont de très vieilles racines, nous les empêchons d'être eux-mêmes. Et savez-vous qu'à l'époque où apparaissait ce Lebanon, eh bien, il y avait une principauté qui faisait de grands soucis aux Égyptiens. Elle s'appelait Timchik, Damas. Et donc déjà, on avait une cité damascène. Si on voulait bien considérer à travers l'histoire ce que furent les cultures, ce que furent les civilisations, et voir ce qu'elles sont devenues aujourd'hui, je pense que le monde serait peut-être un peu plus sage. Mais ça, c'est du rêve. Donc, vous voyez, le lien identitaire, on le trouve dans la culture, mais on le trouve aussi dans l'eau. Alors, est-ce que le patrimoine historique, qui est notre prochaine frontière, à nous, au GIDE, si je puis dire, s'accommode justement à cette question de la gestion de l'eau? Nous avons entendu aujourd'hui des choses très intéressantes sur la gestion moderne de l'eau. En particulier, tout ce qui est retenue fluviale. Alors, les retenues fluviales, ce n'est pas l'égyptologue qui vous dira le contraire. Par exemple, au Soudan, pour ne pas parler que de l'Éthiopie, vous savez qu'il existe entre la 4e et la 5e cataracte ce qu'on appelle le Batn Hagar, qui est une zone qui est extrêmement riche sur le plan archéologique en vestiges paléolithiques et néolithiques. C'est-à-dire des vestiges qui n'intéressent pas les touristes. Vous n'allez pas faire des charters pour aller voir 4 silex, mais qui sont fondamentaux pour notre connaissance du développement humain et du développement de l'histoire. Eh bien, le barrage qui est en train de se faire va faire disparaître tout cela. Et va le faire disparaître de façon irrémédiable. Alors, quand il s'agissait de la submersion des monuments de Basse-Nubie, tout le monde a été sensibilisé. Il faut dire aussi qu'il y avait Christiane Desroches-Noblecourt qui faisait entendre sa voix très très haut et qui trouvait des échos. C'était l'époque aussi où les grands organismes comme l'UNESCO avaient de l'argent et pouvaient donc entreprendre de grands sauvetages. Aujourd'hui, essayez de demander à l'UNESCO de l'argent pour ce genre de choses, on vous dira « financez-vous vous-même ». Et on voit bien que le monde a changé. C'est-à-dire que le rôle des pays, le rôle des États est désormais à nouveau premier. On ne peut pas s'appuyer sur des organisations internationales qui font des vœux. Un autre exemple libanais, pardonnez-moi, mais bon, on est tout près, alors j'en profite. Lorsqu'il y a eu à Beyrouth, à la suite de la grande reconstruction de Beyrouth, lorsqu'il y a eu les derniers vestiges qui étaient menacés, en particulier le port antique de Beyrouth. Ce port antique de Beyrouth était menacé par une opération de promotion immobilière qui a permis la construction de 2 tours, appelées, hélas pour moi, Isis et Osiris. Je suis désolé, ça me fait mal, mais c'est comme ça. Et nous étions une petite poignée d'archéologues à essayer d'attirer l'intérêt international sur le fait que ces 2 tours faisaient disparaître le seul vestige que l'on ait d'un port, à part Byblos, le seul vestige que l'on ait d'un port libanais de l'Antiquité. Il n'y en a pas d'autre, antérieur à la période hellénistique. Il n'y en a pas d'autre. Donc on a fait un colloque, on a fait un séminaire, on a fait venir les plus grands spécialistes. Nous nous sommes bien échauffés entre spécialistes. Nous avons fait un site internet, bref. Résultat, je suis allé à l'UNESCO. Puisque j'habitais Paris, on m'a dit, ben vas-y, va porter la bonne parole. Et là, je me suis fait répondre, eh bien, oui, l'UNESCO est tout à fait prêt à intervenir, comme d'ailleurs pour le port de Byblos, mais à une condition, c'est que le pays en question le demande. Évidemment, le Liban ne l'a pas demandé. Pour une raison simple, c'est que les intérêts économiques en jeu étaient des intérêts politiques. Alors, je ne vais pas faire la morale, ce serait idiot, mais on voit bien la limite de l'exercice. Il faut donc qu'il y ait une réelle prise de conscience. Cette prise de conscience, ce n'est pas nous, les chercheurs, les savants, entre guillemets, qui pouvons la faire, c'est évidemment la force publique. C'est aussi ce à quoi sert notre GIDE, notre regroupement interacadémique pour le développement, c'est à la prise de conscience et à la prise de décision. Alors, pour ne pas avoir l'air de vous faire la morale, je voudrais rester encore un petit instant sur cette question de la gestion de l'eau, de la gestion fluviale. Souvent, on se trouve devant un dilemme.
faut-il préserver les vestiges du passé ou sauver les populations présentes? Et là, comme la zone qui nous intéresse est essentiellement en zone subdésertique ou désertique, on se rend bien compte qu'il faut faire des choix. Ces choix ne sont pas faciles à faire, ils relèvent de décisions politiques. Mais encore faut-il qu'ils relèvent de décisions politiques prises dans l'intérêt des peuples. Je vais prendre deux exemples. L'Éthiopie et le Soudan. Bon, l'Éthiopie, nous connaissons tous les difficultés économiques de l'Éthiopie, qui sont, comment dire, importantes, mais aussi à prendre avec mesure. Si vous allez dans le pays amharique, par exemple, vous verrez qu'il y a une mise en culture de l'ensemble du pays, avec des cultures de blé, de sorgho, qui sont remarquables, magnifiques, et qui sont faites, vous savez, avec des toutes petites parcelles sur des terrasses, mais qui sont faites de façon très efficace et qui, bon an, mal an, suffisent à peu près à nourrir la population, avec donc une importation frumentaire qui existe, il ne faut pas la nier, mais qui est compensable par d'autres sources de revenus. Le Soudan, non. Là, le Soudan, effectivement, on est dans un pays, pour la partie nord du Soudan, un pays dont toute la survie repose sur une extrêmement faible bande autour du Nil. Les terres cultivables sont très réduites. Donc la mise en culture ou la mise en puissance économique de l'énergie hydrique se comprend. Alors, quel est le résultat? Qu'est-ce qu'on va faire de ce que vont produire ces barrages? En Éthiopie, où ne nous cachons pas la vérité, l'opérateur économique est essentiellement la Chine. Bon. Le résultat, c'est la mise en eau de ces barrages et la production d'énergie électrique ne va pas profiter au pays, elle va être vendue. Elle va être vendue hors du pays et officiellement constituer une source de revenus pour ce pays. Même chose au Soudan. Maintenant, je vais, si vous voulez, me déplacer au Maghreb. On va quitter la zone. Prenons l'exemple du pétrole et du gaz algérien. Même chose. On a fait une exploitation plus ou moins rationnelle de ces ressources qui sont toutes exportées. Où va l'argent? Est-ce que l'argent va à l'amélioration de l'infrastructure du pays ou pas? Je n'ai pas besoin de répondre. Vous connaissez tous la réponse. Donc on a quand même là un véritable problème. C'est-à-dire qu'on ne peut pas non plus jouer avec les ressources hydriques pour des raisons qui ne sont pas montrables. Si c'est pour le bien-être des populations, oui. Si ce n'est pas le cas, évidemment, ça soulève des questions. Et on voit actuellement, excusez-moi, je reviens encore au Liban, c'est pas de ma faute, je suis tombé amoureux du pays. Donc, bon, on le voit bien aujourd'hui. On voit que la situation économique du Liban témoigne de façon très douloureuse de ce divorce qu'il y a entre les moyens mis en œuvre et les résultats. Alors, je vais quand même m'éloigner un petit peu de ça. Un petit tour en Égypte. En Égypte, alors là, c'est mon pays, si je puis dire. On a évoqué tout à l'heure la nappe phréatique. Très bien. L'Égypte est là aussi, comme le Soudan, mais c'est plus large, mais c'est quand même le même principe. C'est une bande de terre, pas très étendue, qui est surcultivée, surexploitée, et dont le sol est gorgé, surchargé de nitrates, de produits chimiques. Enfin bref, je vous déconseille de boire l'eau du Nil au Caire. Enfin, sauf si vous voulez supprimer quelqu'un, mais sinon, je vous déconseille vivement. On a essayé de faire du retraitement d'eau, enfin de faire tout ce qu'on veut, mais le pays, si je puis dire, est profondément pollué. Dans le delta, si vous voulez, vous avez des accumulations qui se sont faites de produits nocifs qui font que je vous déconseille vivement de manger les courgettes qui proviennent d'Amanhour ou autres. Donc ça, c'est un vrai problème. En même temps, il y a le problème démographique de l'Égypte qui est énorme. On est à plus de 100 millions, hein, c'est absolument énorme. Et comment nourrir tout ça? On a donc décidé d'exploiter la nappe phréatique. Alors vous savez qu'il y a une énorme nappe, il y a une nappe phréatique superficielle et une nappe profonde qui traverse la partie du désert libyque qui est en Égypte, avec des réserves, on en a parlé ce matin, d'eau piégée dans les grès, et qui permettent d'avoir une exploitation en puits, dans l'Antiquité en puits artésien, aujourd'hui en puits forcés, et aujourd'hui on voit fleurir dans le désert de Libye des oliveraies, même des vignes, toutes sortes de cultures qui sont totalement déraisonnables, et qui sont énormes. Et quand vous pompez à 1200 mètres, 1500 mètres avec des moyens mécaniques, il est évident qu'à la fois vous consommez énormément d'énergie fossile, mais en même temps vous épuisez cette nappe. Or, et c'est là peut-être où nous, historiens et archéologues, eh bien, nous pouvons peut-être avoir notre mot à dire. Il se trouve que j'ai passé une partie de ma vie à fouiller dans ces régions, dans l'oasis de Dakhla. Et là, nous avons mis au jour des installations qui étaient une des premières colonisations égyptiennes à une époque contemporaine des pyramides de Saqqara. Donc, on est à 5000 ans en arrière. Et là, on a vu toute une installation agricole. Les Égyptiens venaient cultiver dans cette zone qui était une zone irriguée par la nappe phréatique avec des puits artésiens qui fonctionnaient très bien. Puis ces puits artésiens se sont épuisés, comme il est normal en zone subdésertique, étant donné que vous passez d'une gestion sans eau à une gestion hydrique, à un moment, vous tirez plus que ce qui rentre dans votre nappe et vous l'épuisez. Et donc, on a vu des installations agricoles qui, tout d'un coup, à la fin du troisième millénaire, se sont arrêtés. Donc des sites qui se sont abandonnés. Un grand bonheur pour les archéologues, puisque ça nous a permis de les fouiller, puisqu'ils avaient été abandonnés et retournés au désert. Et puis, 15 siècles après, les nappes s'étaient reconstituées. Et là, on a vu des sites d'époque romaine. Alors, on avait une réoccupation partielle de certains sites, et en même temps, une occupation tournante. C'est-à-dire qu'on a décalé les terres cultivées, étant donné que tout le fond de l'oasis de Dakhla, c'est du purple clay soudanais, c'est une terre fertile, hein. Vous mettez des graines, ça pousse. Et donc il y a eu une adaptation humaine qui s'est faite. La même chose à l'époque médiévale. On a retrouvé à nouveau une rotation. C'est une sorte de grande jachère, si vous voulez, qui s'est fait, mais qui s'est fait sur 40 siècles. Or, nous arrivons aujourd'hui et nous imposons en une génération ce que l'on mettait 40 siècles à faire. Et là, on voit bien que l'histoire, si on accepte de la considérer, a l'avantage, bien évidemment, de permettre une définition patrimoniale, d'accord, mais en même temps de comprendre la gestion des environnements. Or, nos environnements, on l'a dit, on l'a répété à satiété aujourd'hui, ils sont en train de changer. On voit ce qui paraissait ridicule encore il y a 20 ans, aujourd'hui, c'est notre quotidien. On voit très bien la modification climatique. Donc je pense que là, l'histoire peut aider à une gestion du patrimoine, en tout cas à une explication du patrimoine. La gestion, ça, c'est pas notre affaire, c'est l'affaire des politiques, mais à une explication du patrimoine en ce sens. Alors, je crois que là, c'est peut-être pas la peine que j'insiste, mais un autre exemple en Égypte. Aujourd'hui, le Caire est une capitale surengorgée. Je ne sais plus à combien on est, j'ai perdu le compte. On est à plus de 20 millions, je ne sais plus. On doit être à pas loin de 30, enfin bon. Je sais pour y avoir vécu, j'y ai élevé mes enfants. Il y avait des matins où on ne les envoyait pas à l'école parce qu'il y avait une pollution telle que ce n'était pas possible. Bon. Alors, le Caire, la décision a été prise de transférer la capitale dans une zone semi-désertique. Qu'est-ce qui va se passer? La nouvelle capitale va évidemment consommer de l'énergie, de l'eau, il faut tout apporter, il faut tout faire, il faut tout créer. Mais que va devenir la vieille capitale? Celle aux 30 millions, eh bien, elle va péricliter, puisqu'il n'y aura pas le gouvernement. Déjà, elle est pas mal clochardisée, elle va être un peu plus clochardisée. C'est-à-dire que les moyens de la vie collective urbaine ne seront plus assurés, à supposer qu'ils le soient effectivement actuellement. Donc, on rajoute une catastrophe à l'autre catastrophe, si vous voulez. On a une catastrophe historique et identitaire, claire, parce que le patrimoine architectural, historique du Caire, c'est pas rien, hein, c'est la ville de la conquête, etc. Et en même temps, on laisse péricliter cela, et en même temps, on va créer une autre entité qui n'existera pas par rapport à l'histoire du pays. Et ce ne sera pas Brasilia. Il ne va pas y avoir un concours d'architecture comme à Brasilia ou comme en Arabie Saoudite, non, ou dans les Émirats. Ça va être On le voit déjà, puisqu'elle existe, cette capitale. C'est une architecture qui n'a aucun intérêt, qui n'a aucun sens, etc., etc. Donc vous voyez que là, je dirais, alors, si j'étais pessimiste, je dirais c'est trop tard. Mais c'est peut-être pas trop tard, justement. Je crois qu'il faut travailler sur cette prise de conscience. Alors, continuons ce tableau pessimiste. J'évoquais à l'instant l'Arabie saoudite. 2 mots sur Al-Oula. Vous savez que la France est très fortement engagée dans la mise en place d'Al-Oula. Et la commission des fouilles des affaires étrangères, dont j'ai la charge, y travaille, disons, d'arrache-pied. Grosse entreprise, hein. On a une trentaine d'années devant nous, avec une exploitation archéologique, historique, touristique, économique. Et la France a été chargée de tout. On fait tout le paquet. Ça va de la fouille elle-même, de la fouille fine, jusqu'à la présentation muséologique, en passant par les stations d'épuration d'eau, les infrastructures touristiques, etc. C'est-à-dire que l'on va totalement modifier cet environnement. L'environnement de toute la région, de toute la zone d'Al-Oula. Je vous rappelle quand même que cette partie de l'Arabie saoudite, et la partie plus au nord de l'Arabie saoudite, c'est un lieu fondamental pour la compréhension du passage entre les grands empires antiques au monde arabe contemporain. C'est-à-dire que c'est là où tout se fait. C'est disons, à l'époque de Petra, si vous voulez, à cette époque-là, on voit la nation arabe qui se développe et la façon dont elle se développe. On y travaille sur le plan archéologique et historique, et actuellement, disons que dans une génération, on connaîtra beaucoup mieux cela. Donc il y a là tout un trésor patrimonial qui va se trouver transformé. Alors pourquoi l'Arabie saoudite, tout d'un coup, se découvre une vocation patrimoniale et archéologique? Parce que l'Arabie saoudite s'est rendu compte, comme tous les pays producteurs d'énergie fossile, que ça n'aurait qu'un temps. Et que donc, à un moment ou à un autre, il faudrait trouver une autre façon, pas forcément de gagner autant d'argent, mais de rester visible. Et on passe de l'extraction et de la vente du pétrole à la mise en valeur d'un patrimoine. Entre parenthèses, belle justification du patrimoine. On voit bien à quel point le patrimoine est un enjeu. Or, en Arabie saoudite, quand moi je commençais à travailler avec eux dans les années 80, historiquement, on remontait à l'époque de Napoléon. Hein. C'était pas plus tôt. Et parler d'antiquité anté-islamique était un gros mot à l'époque. Aujourd'hui, non. Aujourd'hui, on a toute cette recherche d'une histoire longue, d'une durée longue. Donc on voit que les intérêts peuvent être contradictoires. La valorisation du patrimoine peut venir tout d'un coup interférer de façon un peu inattendue avec la gestion de l'eau. Plus proche de nous, Venise. Là, on est dans un domaine humide, totalement humide. On ne peut pas dire que Venise manque d'eau. Venise en a trop. Et le tourisme qui vient détruit cet ensemble, à tel point que maintenant, la municipalité va percevoir une taxe de, je crois, 10 ou 15 euros par tête de pipe et par jour. Pourquoi pas? C'est une façon de faire de l'argent, mais en même temps, ça ne résout pas le problème. Et ça, si vous voulez, on l'a dans un exemple que vous connaissez moins, peut-être, en Égypte, où je reviens pour rester sur notre zone, il y a... Vous savez que le delta égyptien est une zone qui a été gagnée sur la mer. Si vous remontez à 2-3 millénaires avant, le delta égyptien était beaucoup moins développé. Eh bien, il a été, avec le limon apporté par le Nil, il s'est développé. Et il s'est développé à l'entrée actuellement à Port Saïd, si vous voulez. Vous avez un grand lac qui s'appelle le lac Menzaleh. Le lac Menzaleh, c'est un lac semi-marin, qui est un lieu où vivent des pêcheurs qui vivent sur des îles flottantes et qui se déplacent sur un type de bateau très particulier, à telle enseigne que notre institut, à l'époque où je le dirigeais, a fait une étude spéciale de cela. Donc cette population de marins du lac Menzaleh, aujourd'hui, est en train de disparaître. Elle est en train de disparaître à cause de l'urbanisation qui se fait, et ce lac qui n'avait que 1,20 m de profondeur, à peu près, est en train de se combler. Donc toute cette zone-là est en train de se modifier, à la fois parce qu'il y a un phénomène naturel d'alluvionnement qui continue, mais en même temps parce que l'occupation humaine est en train de le détruire. D'où l'urgence de faire une étude anthropologique de cette zone pour qu'au moins on en garde le souvenir. Vous voyez, tout ça, ça amène quand même à avoir un point de vue un petit peu balancé, un petit peu relatif vis-à-vis de ces questions. Alors, dernier exemple sur l'irrigation, et pour faire écho à ce qui a été dit, ce qu'a dit le professeur Lang aujourd'hui, sur le mouvement de l'eau et le piégeage de l'eau dans disons, les réserves naturelles qui peuvent se faire dans les grès par écoulement. Alors, j'étais très intéressé de voir la façon dont on arrive à identifier les résurgences d'eau douce en mer. Ça, c'est évidemment passionnant. Mais immédiatement, je me suis posé la question, oui, et on va en faire quoi? Parce qu'elles font partie de l'écosystème. Si l'idée, c'est de stopper la descente de l'eau douce vers la mer pour avoir de l'eau là où il n'y en a pas, exemple Chypre, ce n'est pas une bonne idée du tout. Parce que du coup, c'est tout l'écosystème qui va se trouver bouleversé. Sauf si on arrive à en faire une gestion rationnelle qui ne soit pas destructrice. Pour ça, on a un exemple. Cet exemple, il est fourni par une zone qui est dans l'oasis de Kharga, dans le désert libyque. Cette oasis, c'est une grande oasis qui fait 90 km de long et qui commande la piste des 40 jours, le Darb el-Arbaïn, qui permet de relier l'Égypte au Soudan. C'est la piste que prennent les chameaux qu'on amène encore au Caire pour faire des steaks. Vous avez des milliers de chameaux qui sont apportés chaque année. Eh bien, le Darb el-Arbaïn, l'oasis de Kharga, Kafet Dosh, à Baris, le fond de l'oasis, ça a été, à l'époque romaine, la limite de l'Empire romain face aux barbares. Ce n'est pas un jugement, c'est le point de vue romain. Et c'est un limès, mais très particulier. Vous savez que dans tout le limès que les Romains ont construit, ils ont fait des fortifications. On connaît les portes de fer en Roumanie, etc. Mais là, non. Il n'y a pas de fortification. Il n'y a rien. Ah oui, mais pourquoi? Parce que le désert, ce n'est pas un endroit pacifique. Il n'y a que Buzzati pour croire que dans le désert des Tartares, il n'y a personne. Ce n'est pas vrai. Dans le désert, il y a toujours quelqu'un. Et essayez de faire du feu avec un tronc d'arbre qui traîne. Vous verrez le bédouin qui sera là une heure après. Non. Le désert est au contraire extrêmement dangereux parce que c'est le lieu de tous les pillages, de toutes les razzias, de tout ce que vous voulez. Or, comment les gens ont résolu cela? Eh bien, dans cette zone, il y a des puits artésiens. Et ces puits artésiens, donc c'est ce que je vous exposais tout à l'heure, sont alimentés normalement. Mais les zones de culture sont loin des puits, car les puits sont un petit peu en hauteur dans les masses gréseuses. Donc, à l'époque perse, ce que nous appelons, nous, l'époque perse, c'est-à-dire, en gros, le milieu du premier millénaire avant notre ère, on a mis au point un système qui est connu sous le nom de Kanat ou Kanawat au pluriel. La Kanat, c'est très simple. C'est-à-dire que vous avez un puits artésien et à l'endroit où vous captez l'eau du puits, cette eau est captée et descend dans une sorte de long couloir creusé qui va progressivement descendre jusqu'au niveau des cultures. Donc, par simple gravitation, l'eau va arriver jusque dans des parcellaires qui peuvent être à 4, 5, 6 km plus et qui vont être irrigués le moment venu. C'est-à-dire que si vous allez à Bahreïa ou à Farafra, vous avez encore ce système-là. Comment fait-on? L'eau arrive dans le puits, mais nous savons que c'est une ressource limitée. Donc on ne va pas laisser l'eau couler, ce serait une catastrophe. Donc on bloque l'eau. Et puis, quand on veut faire une mise en culture, on lâche l'eau qui va être orientée sur les diverses parcelles dans lesquelles on va cultiver. Alors c'est tellement vrai que quand, en fouillant à Ain Manawir, qui est un petit site à côté de Douche, on est tombé par hasard sur la boutique du notaire du coin du 5e siècle avant notre ère. Et dans la boutique du notaire, on a retrouvé inscrit sur des tessons de poterie, ce que nous appelons d'un terme impropre des ostracas, les contrats de propriété qu'il notait pour l'ensemble des paysans qui étaient dans le coin. Et donc on a étudié, alors entre parenthèses, ça a fait augmenter notre connaissance des sources d'époque perse de 200%. Bon, bref. Et à ce moment-là, on a commencé à travailler sur ces contrats. Catherine, tu étais là, c'est quand tu es venue nous voir, on t'a montré un de ces contrats sur Ostracon. Et donc, en travaillant sur ces contrats, on a pu étudier les modes de propriété de la terre. Eh bien, dans cet endroit-là, on ne possède pas la terre. On possède le temps d'eau qui permet d'irriguer la terre. Et la chose m'a paru tellement intéressante que dans l'autre oasis, à Dakhla, où nous avions aussi un chantier, nous avions une ville qui s'appelle Al-Asr et qui était d'époque médiévale. Et dans cette époque médiévale, les linteaux des bourgeois de la ville portaient inscrits leur titre de propriété, original, sur bois. Donc on a étudié ces titres de propriété qui reposent sur la répartition de l'eau. Et donc on n'est pas propriétaire de tant de fêtes d'âne, on est propriétaire d'une demi-journée d'eau, de 3/4 de journée d'eau. Et comme on possède l'eau, eh bien on possède aussi les chaînes de Pau, les chaînes de Hadous, qui permettent sur la Sakia d'aller prendre l'eau au fond du puits et de la déverser. Vous voyez, on a là un système qui remonte à la haute Antiquité, qui est un système éco-responsable, puisque la mise en valeur des terres se fait essentiellement en fonction des moyens de production. Donc vous voyez, on est là peut-être dans des pistes de réflexion qui ne sont pas intéressantes à un niveau politique global, mais qui pourraient aller dans le sens de ce qui a été dit aujourd'hui sur la mise en pratique ponctuelle. À plusieurs reprises, vous avez évoqué l'idée que l'on pouvait travailler à petite échelle. Dans une autre partie du monde, il se trouve que j'ai eu à faire ça, en faisant un système de microcrédit, etc. On arrive à faire du développement, c'est ce que vous proposiez, madame, on fait du développement auprès de petits fermiers. Et ce développement fait tache d'huile, puisque ensuite on a une communauté qui peut se développer, qui peut vivre et qui devient solidaire. Donc là, on a, je pense, des modes de développement. Alors, un mot pour terminer, et puis ensuite j'arrête parce que vous en avez marre. Donc nous nous dirigeons vers le patrimoine pour nos prochaines rencontres. Je voudrais dire que, indépendamment de la question de l'eau, le GIDE et les affaires étrangères, sans oublier le C2RMF, se sont pensés depuis déjà un certain temps et continuent des opérations sur la zone, sur région. Nous avons en particulier des accords avec l'Université Saint-Joseph qui avancent et qui avancent bien. Et j'ai le plaisir d'annoncer ici, c'est pas encore officiel, mais ça va l'être, une aide complémentaire pour aider à restaurer les archives. Pardon, pour aider, excusez-moi, je suis incapable de rester au même endroit, pour aider à restaurer les archives de l'université qui ont beaucoup souffert de l'incendie là. Donc là, on va travailler là-dedans. Puis on a un FSPI, un fonds spécial pour le développement qui a été mis en place, qui est géré par Catherine, qui est sur le Liban, sur la Jordanie, sur l'Irak, qui fonctionne bien. On est à la phase retour maintenant des entretiens qu'on a eu. On a aussi de l'aide que l'on fait auprès de la DGA, de la Direction Générale des Antiquités. Là aussi, je fais une annonce, peut-être je peux la faire, puisque maintenant si le président est d'accord, le GIDE aide la DGA à la publication de la revue archéologique du Liban. Donc les 2 prochains volumes sont financés grâce à la générosité du GIDE. Et c'est en train de se mettre en place. C'est-à-dire que, vous voyez, on n'est pas dans des opérations énormes, mais on est dans des opérations qui permettent de faire 2 choses. D'abord, de faire avancer un certain nombre de dossiers, ce qui est important, mais aussi, et ce qui pour moi est très important, de montrer notre solidarité envers les pays qui, justement, sont en souffrance. Et ce sont des pays qui souffrent actuellement. Nous avons le problème avec la Syrie depuis maintenant plus de 12 ans, où nous arrivons contre vents et marées à travailler. Malheureusement, le Liban a rejoint les rangs des pays en souffrance, mais nous espérons que ce ne sera que temporaire. Et en tout cas, nous faisons tout ce que nous pouvons pour aider. La Jordanie va bien, pour l'instant. Mais je crois que ces entreprises-là et cette présence que nous avons, cette main tendue, si vous voulez, où nous apportons nos compétences sans prétention, mais simplement nos compétences, nous essaierons de continuer dans ce sens-là. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Et c'est nous qui vous remercions. We thank you very much for these amazing insights, not only into the new cultural heritage orientation of GID, but also on the way that we can learn from the past in this region to solve some of our water problems of the present and the future. In about a minute, don't run away, I'm going to call all of you to the front for a group photo so we can memorize this moment. Before we do that, I think we should all thank again the participating organizations, the GID, of course, the Académie des Sciences d'Outre-mer, the Institut Français, the French Embassy and the French Presidency of the Council of the European Union. Of course, in terms of the hosts, Professor Papanikolaou as the host of this event, and of course, last and most importantly, Professor Fadi Komer, who literally moved mountains to bring all of you here today and to make this happen. So thank you very much to all of you. And now I'd like to call everybody to the front with our guests at the front for the group photo.